Hello and good evening, everybody. Max here with Crypto Talk Now. Glad to be here with you tonight. It is going to be an absolutely awesome show, to say the least. I'm not even kidding. I have some breaking news in regards to Quant, some things I saw in regards to XLM. Yes, Stellar Lumens, you're not going to want to miss this. We are going to address some key things in regards to Alliance Block when it comes to the V2. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Friday night. You made it through your work week. And let's face it, kick back, relax, be at ease. Let's talk about what's going on with the crypto market and so on. This particular segment, ISO 222, preparing for March. How do we do that? How do we recognize what's going on? Well, we have an outline for you tonight. But before we kick it into that, let's go ahead and welcome a few of our wonderful community members, starting off with who? Let's see who's first. It is Mr. J Crypto. Welcome. Hey, everyone. Want to recommend y'all to look into InstaDApp. Very beneficial for everyone. Is a big sleeper. Everyone needs this to prosper, sharing the info. Okay. InstaDApp. Very interesting. Let me add it to my particular research list, which is just growing daily, and that's okay. There's some ones I need to still look into. I have not forgotten about it, but let's see where I'm at on this. So crypto research, where is that particular one? Here we go. I still need to do Film Crib, which is the Netflix killer, Arc Block, which is ABT, Morpheus Network, Vector Space, EGLD, BRL, and this new one that you're mentioning. I'm just going to double check real quick, and that is InstaDApp. Okay, let me write that down. InstaDApp. All right. Well, thank you for that. Good to see you, Mr. J Crypto. Always good to see you, man. Really appreciate you. Hope you're having a great night, and hopefully you guys don't have to work on the weekend, right? I know that we're approaching, for instance, some key holidays coming up soon. Valentine's Day, which happens to be on a Taco Tuesday. Ooh, that sounds good. All right. And then, of course, there's President's Day. Mr. Tim Shays in the house says, hey, good to see you, Tim. Thank you so much for being here. Crypto Talk Now's Larry says, let's get this party started. Yes, thank you very much. I will state this before we kick it in the more into the comments. I want you guys to do me a favor. I'm going to go ahead and drop into the comments real quick under my MaximusCrypto. Here's the link on YouTube. If you wouldn't mind, just, if you're having me on social media or you have, crypto friends and so on, send that out. And then that way, who knows, we can have more and more people coming into here and so on. We're still always trying to grow a community. And by all means, before we kick it more into a few more comments, I want to show you guys this. And, you may think this is corny, but it doesn't cost anything. And basically speaking, it's this right here. Smash the like button. Yes, it's free and it helps us get the algorithm triggered. So that's all we really ask that you do. But yeah, thank you for being here. Let's see who's next in the comments. And it's basically Mr. J Crypto. No BS. Flip your money in InstaDApp. I have classes on my channel. Take advantage of this, guys. All right. We'll appreciate that. And guys, you can check out some of those particular videos. You can go to Mr. J.crypto, all one word, and you can take a look into it. I want to state this for Larry. He states, we're going to advise our audience that nothing in this show, like you mentioned, is considered financial advice. You must do your own research before making any investment decisions. Now, if you guys are wondering, why am I mentioning this and so on, you got to keep in mind, Crypto Talk Now is not just YouTube and Twitter and Twitch. We are actually on, for instance, a few other platforms out there. I believe iHeartRadio. There's some other ones. So we're multicasting to quite a few other stations and platforms. So for people who just listen to like a radio format, they don't see these things. So that's why we're mentioning it. And we want to welcome everyone else that's tuned in to us from some of these new platforms, we'd like to welcome you, and we're really glad that you're listening or watching or whatever you're doing with our particular program. Thanks for being here. Zamir Khan states, hi. Well, thank you for being here. Always like to look at your car. Coochie Boy's in the house. Thanks for being here, Coochie Boy. Good to see you as well. Welcome to our CTM family members. I'm just welcome a few more people while we're about 6 minutes into the show. Brittany is in the house. Thanks for being here, Brittany. Happy Friday. Boomer effing Sooner is here. What up, home skillets? Double fist bump. Booyah shaka right there. Yep, right back at you, my friend. Thank you for being here. GS is in the house. It says hello. Is it GS you're looking for, Larry? Lionel Richie. All right. Let's get further down, see who else we happen to have. We have Mr. Crypto McDizzle, for shizzle, manizzle, for show, is in the house. Always good to see the Cornwells. Let's see. Sheba is busting off. We'll take a brief moment to recognize what's going on with that real quick. So Sheba Inu, where are you? Is Larry would say, yeah, it is kind of busting off. Let's go ahead and share that real quick while we have it on the minds, everybody. I know that this is, preparing for March, but you know what? I hold a lot of SHIB. A lot of you guys hold a lot of SHIB. Let's talk about SHIB for a moment. So here it is. And before we kick in more to some of these particular ones, the overall crypto market cap is up to 1.08 trillion. Here's what's going on the top 100. You have, for instance, got to give a shout out to Terra Luna Classic, right? Some of you guys state, Max, you don't mention Terra Luna Classic anymore. Well, that doesn't mean I don't believe in it. I still have about $4,400 invested into it. I'm rooting for it just as much as the next guy. So Terra Luna Classic's up 16.5%. Sheba Inu, where are you? Well, I'll tell you where you are. You're 15% up, according to Larry, how he expresses it, and so on. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. Even Terra 2.0 is up 6.5%. I know some people are like, Terra 2.0, get out of here. Hedera's H-bar up 5%. Interesting to see this. If you got into pancake swap, remember when I mentioned it a while back, you're doing all right, not too shabby right now. Remember, this was well below $4. This was about 375, 380 when I was mentioning that we should take more of a look into that. So you're doing fine if you got into that. Casper, one I need to add to my ISO list, 4% up. And of course, there's some of these other ones like Polygon, part of the QFS and so on. But thanks for pointing some of that out. To Mike Cornwell, Crypto Talk Now, sideline reporter. All right, Brian Dowie says, sup, guys? Good to see you, Brian, in the house. Glad to have you here, my friend. All right, can we all do that at once? It's Menelect, guys. It's Mentalect. Hello. Is it Menelect you're looking for? Lionel Richie. Yes, welcome, Menelect. And let's see here. What up, Coochie Boy? It's funny, every time I see somebody say that, I think it's my girlfriend channeling something she says to me. Anyway, Soccer Gino says, hello from Canada. I never seen you, Soccer Gino. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. But if you get a custom avatar, I'll be able to identify you that much more quicker. So whatever the case be, if you've been here before or you're new tonight, I'd like to go ahead and welcome you. We have a very welcoming audience. If you're new to crypto, seasoned veteran, wherever the case be, we have a very, very welcoming audience. Any questions, comments you have, feel free to drop them. Guys, let's give Soccer Gino 11. Maybe because the first 10 were taken. Bad joke. That warm CTN welcome. All right. River Runner says, hey, guys, welcome back. Glad to have you here. XRP trouble, I heard. Really? Huh. Well, we got some great XRP news. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll get more into that later into the show. XRP going down fast. Well, if it does, maybe buy more XRP. I'm not telling you what you're going to do or what to do. That might be what I do. Salamander's in the house. Let's see. Did I skip over Salamander? I didn't mean to do that. Oh, here we go. Hello from XTC Land, says Salamander. My bad. Good to see Salamander. Mr. In Space. I love it when people say he's Mr. In Space. We got 43 wonderful, beautiful people here tonight. You know how I know that you're beautiful? Because you're here with us tonight, according to Larry. But on a serious note, thank you for being here. Let's see. Well, yeah, we'll definitely see. About to see what's going on with that. Sup, Brian? Yep, Larry and everybody. All right, you like tacos? Who doesn't like tacos? I mean, really. I know. I used to know this girl who didn't like pizza for whatever reason, but teach his own. All right, Crypto McDizzle for shizzle manizzle for show. I wouldn't care if XRP went to a penny. I just get more. Yeah, that's a good point. But man, if it crashed to a penny, that also makes me wonder what's going on with the overall crypto market, right? That would be like multiple black swan events or something. Crypto McDizzle says he probably even get Larry just cause. Yeah, it's funny you guys mentioned that. Oh, I need to make an announcement. Speaking of Larry, all right, let's check it out for a second. All right, this is not Larry talk now, but I have an important announcement to make. Yes, thank you for tuning in to Crypto Talk Now. I need to get something. Anyway, thank you for tuning in to Crypto Talk Now. Breaking news: Crypto Talk Now's very own Larry has successfully purchased. No, it's not what you're thinking of XRP, but it's the next best thing. He has purchased one full quant, and he's actually purchased some more XLM. He's looking to get KuCoin account here soon within the next few days. Back to the real news. All right. Yeah, so yay, Larry Quant. Thank you very much. Unbelievable, right? Oh, yeah, Max, that's not the news we're looking for, bro. We're looking for XRP. I know. I'm with you. You glad you bought more LUNC Classic on Wednesday? I'm actually surprised to see you state that. I thought you were like out. You were like, eh. Yeah, literally. LOL, you've been flooding LUNC Classic. Well, it's okay, guys. I mean, people, you know what I mean? Like they maybe recognize opportunities and so on. Salamander, Larry, bring Caroline to your show. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I'll stick this. All right. So if you guys are wondering, like, what happened to the whole thing about the game show and thing? I spent a lot of time last night working on the game show. And I'll state this. You're not going to want to miss this one particular area in the game show where if the person, whether it's Daniel Gayton or whoever, lands on this particular square, oh, sweet Caroline will bust out something you will never forget. All right. Let's get further down. Haha, that's my secret. Superpower. Fud it and buy. All right. Fair enough. Dedication to Fudmeister sooner. And that could be anything. I mean, on StreamYard, it doesn't come across. Luna is going up. And yes, and USTC has also been going up. Let's take a moment to look at USTC for just a brief moment. Let's see where we're at with that. Yep, we'll highlight that one real quick. And here is what's going on with that. Up 42%. It was up more higher than that earlier today. I saw as high as 65%. So, I mean, again, it's just based on averages. They keep this up to be back in the top 100, currently 108. Confirmed market cap of $374 million. But yeah, look at the volume, insane volume. Is it because of the wormhole? Possibly, right? Mike might want to drop some info in regards to that if he has it. No pressure. 1,059%, basically 1,060% up. I mean, that's really, really something else. Let me see. Let's see this one guy. He states, I read some of the stuff what people post once in a while. This guy from Tokenomics states yesterday, USTC, how do you make people understand the sheer scale of the work and money to make the repay happen? I get the fact the work can be and most probably will be done, but this will take a long time to roll out. Yeah, well, saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day, but where does the money come from? I think if anything, this was explained by Mike Cornwell. The wormhole mechanism, right? At least that's the way I interpreted it. All these people buying USTC thinking it's going back to $1. There's nothing to say it's going to be paid at $1. Well, makes a point. All right, let's kick it back into the comments. It's just kind of nice to get some other people's perspective, whether we agree with it or not, right? But anyway, let's get further down. Boomer F and Sooner says, I also like giving the twins classy and kings crap. I've been getting a lot of it lately. I saw Bleeze's particular video earlier this morning, where he kind of talks about the whole thing of Luna Classic getting back to some of these crazy price levels. But I don't know. I was kind of encouraged with what he said. I mean, a 50x, right? And roughly, was it 16 months, 18 months? I can't remember the specific time frame, somewhere in that area. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to get to, celebrate $15 million in that time. It could happen. Don't get me wrong. But based on the math of what I was holding, I was like, okay, that'd be about $142,000. I'm cool with that. I'm more than cool with that. All right. Let's get further down. I don't recommend other people's content quite often, but I will state this. I will give credit where credit's. I think Bleeze did a good job on his Luna Classic video this morning. He has a pretty nice breakdown. You can check it out. He talks specifically about that. I think he's being a little bit real with that. He's not just pulling figures out of his wazoo. And I know he does a lot of the technical analysis. Like, you could tell he knows what he's doing. Even he's been on our show a few times. He broke some of that down. But I would recommend, if you're really gung-ho about Luna Classic, you want to understand what the heck is going on, check out his particular video. He did a really good job with that today. All right, River Runner. I heard coil is gone. 1 billion XRP down the drain. I don't really know the significance. Oh, man, more doom and gloom. Well, interesting. All right, Salamander. Ahoy, Tim Shea. And let's get further down. How about Baby Doge? LOL. You know what? I know we're going to take a look into that, but what I was going to state, Coochie Boy, is Baby Doge was also part of the game show, believe it or not. There's a meme coin section category. Of course, I had to throw that in there. You think I was just going to do ISOs and QFS and all that? No, not really. Baby Doge. Let's see what's going on. Baby Doge. Up 13%. That's not too shabby. Interesting. Ranked 223. Okay. Well, that's all right. Let's get further down. We're about 17 minutes into it. We got some good problems, obviously. You heard the Chinese spy balloon blew up a little bit ago. I saw somebody post that on Twitter, joking around about it. It had like Gary Gensler and the whole thing. It's just a joke. Rayan, good welcome you. Good to welcome you. It is good to welcome you. Thank you for being here. And nice to see a familiar face. All right. Be single, don't get married. LOL. Yeah. Good point. 0 Point Crypto, what's up? When is this dip gonna happen? This pump is boring. Well, there will always be a little bit of retracement in anything, but I can't specifically tell you when it's gonna happen. I'd like to welcome you. I like your avatar; it looks pretty cool. Rafael Santos, hello guys, going to work now. Be safe, everyone. You too, man. Thanks for stopping by. I want to welcome this guy right here, who is chest beaten gorilla. He beats on his chest like Kong King. Feel the killer bee sting go bing in your head, ding, like the Wu-Tang Clan. He's going to be the man from the Bay Area. Thank you for being here. All right, will Quant hit 1K this bull run? Yes, I'm going to go with a yes. And then some, because the way I look at it is when we get really, really a lot more momentum, we get this utility run to kick in the real true bull run. Watch out when a lot of those particular ones blast off. I think, more than 1K is more than achievable. I stated it before while I was been in the minority. So far, I've been right. And that is this bull run thesis. I think we're at the very, very start of this, and I'm going to state it again. I feel as though we're at an accumulation phase, and if you look into any real solid chart based off of data from the past and so on, you will see how huge the accumulation phase can be because you know what to expect next, and it's going to be something else. The way I look at it is we should see about 500% returns by the end of the year. I know that's pretty bold for me to state that. I just based on some of the data. If you haven't seen some of the particular videos I put out in the Corey section in regards to the bull run thesis, I put out 5 total ones, and I base it off of data. Numbers don't have emotions. Shout out to Mike Cornwell. Soccer Gino, Jasmine Coins is doing well as well. Yes, we will get into that as well as part of our lineup, probably towards the end of the show. Yeah, congrats to Larry. All right. Hold on. What should I invest in, XRP or Quant? You have to make that decision for yourself, not financial advice. But why just choose one? And if it's because Quant is so expensive, and then how about this? You don't have to have the attitude. You have to own a full Quant. Although I tell people the goal should be have an entry point. Look at it from the perspective of Bitcoin, right? Most people are not going to be able to own a full Bitcoin, but with Quant, you can get to that point a lot easier than the likes of Bitcoin. So, quant sitting at what, like 140 something. Maybe you know, do $70 worth of quant, and then also get some XRP. But um, preparing for this whole thing of March 2023, March 20th of 2023, something else. We'll get more into that here in a bit. We have a lot of great problems tonight. Lots of people here. Really appreciate it. Hey, y'all, Shiba Inu is up over 15% right now. Yep, that's great. Selma Fudd, I want to welcome you. Thank you for joining us here tonight, Selma. Really appreciate it, man. All right. Cash Cats is in the house. Want to welcome you. Grizzly Bear Gray, good evening. And Mass, there you are. Welcome back. We do have a little bit of GBX news for you guys tonight, believe it or not. Watermelon Crypto Sugar High is here. If I skipped anybody, it was on purpose. And let's kick it into, Volt's pumping right now. That's cool. Let's kick it into the news because we need to. We're about ready 21 minutes into the show, so I do apologize for that. Let's go ahead and bring it to you. It's going to start off with ALBT because that's news headlines. It needs to be addressed. So let's see where we're at in regards to this. Here we are, and here we go. All right, ALBT. I reposted this earlier this morning. I retweeted it. So if you lose track of this, if you're following me on Twitter, you follow me up at DPGmaximus right up here. But yeah, listen to this, guys. Alliance Block has issued the following statement in response to an exploit of the decentralized lending protocol Bonk DAO. All right, let's jump right into that. Here we go from the original source from the Medium. I've blown this up as much as I could for you guys can see it a little bit easier. Some of this I'll mention verbatim and so on, but here's the official statement. And that is in regards to this exploit at around, just in case you have not been informed, right? Around 1830 CET on February 1st, lending protocol, Bonk DAO protocol was exploited with the attacker gaining access to ALBT Tros, where Alliance Block's native token was used as collateral. Around 113 million ALBT tokens were illegally accessed before the hacker attempted to sell these on various exchanges. Now, I want to state this, all right, before we jump in further, all right? We need to realize that they have came out with a statement where they have halted this guy basically dumping those 113 million ALBT. And we'll get into that in a little bit, but that's one of the key takeaways I want you guys to understand, because once you have a broader perspective of what went down, you will understand that this is not as doom and gloom as everybody thinks it is. If anything, even at 5 to 10% of the market cap of ALBT, I think it's not as obviously it's not going to be as crazy as 113 million. So I don't want people to think that this guy got away with the full 113 million, sold them all for the face value at the time, or while it was depleting in value and so on, and got away with a few $billion, right? That is not what happened. And we'll get into that. So it says, as soon as the incident was reported, Alliance Block communicated an announcement and conducted a preliminary investigation. The cause of the exploit was found to be a bug in the implementation of a price oracle used for the ALBT token. Now, I want to state this, all right? For all of you guys who have done your research in regards to quant, what's one of the things that really stands out for quant? Yeah, the whole thing of not being an oracle, right? So that's a whole other story in itself. Don't get me wrong. There's something to be said about that. All right, so it said used for the ALBT token in the Bonk DAO protocol as a third-party protocol. Alliance Block had no input or control over the design. Interesting. Implementation and execution of the Bonk DAO protocol and smart contract as confirmed by the Bonk DAO in their statement. So when I see this, when I was stating before, I even said to before on when I was talking to Mike Cornwell on the phone, and I said, I hope to God when they release this V2, it's not a situation where they just kind of quickly put out a V2, like the Death Star, right? Hey, there's a vulnerability. This needs to the rebellion can blow up the entire Death Star because of this small vulnerability we have. Let's just patch this up. It needs to be more than a patch up, right? We're not going to go jump from the previous ALBT, the leg was now referred to as the legacy token, to this new one, and basically it'd be a situation where it's literally the same thing, and you're just pulling, or you're just cutting ties with Bonk Dow. Like, nobody wants that. But let's get more into this. So it must be emphasized that none of the Alliance Block smart contracts and platforms were breached in the incident, and none of its other solutions have been affected. An Alliance Block response team was promptly assembled to minimize the effects of the incident and mitigate the damage from the illegally obtained LBT tokens. Robust measures implemented have included the following: advising the Alliance Block community to cease trading LBT tokens, pausing all activity on the Alliance Block bridge, excuse me, to prevent accessing liquidity on other networks. That's one of the key things here as well. Withdrawing liquidity on exchanges and pools, and requesting exchanges to halt trading. Let's talk about that for just a brief moment. So, Mike brought up a very good, valid response to this. And again, we're not done with this, but here's one of the things he mentioned to me, and that was, all right, so, this whole thing with the snapshot, right? Basically speaking, you have, they stated that, like I myself, right? I kept my AOBT on KuCoin, and I moved whatever I had from the trading account to the main account, because obviously I want to ensure I get my airdrop. All right. I didn't buy any more AOBT. I didn't sell any AOBT. Actually, before or after that thing happened, right? But my point is, I should be, based on what they mentioned, I'm assured I will get my airdrop of the new, whatever this is going to be called, V2, whatever it's going to be called, right? But what about the guy who, I don't know, like Lin he's a trucker, right? Or anybody else like that, driving down the road, right? He doesn't have time to look at all these types of things and so on. But he has, for instance, buy orders or sell orders, right? He just has like a bot set up to do that. And this guy spends $100,000 or more, and there's probably plenty of these types of people, 40,000, 100,000, so on. What about the guys who put in these particular orders? Are they SLL? And if so, that's quite a few different people. I mean, I understand there's people right now complaining about, I got lucky. Like, I think it was Daniel Gayton said something like, you lost $30. But what about the guys who have that particular issue? And it's not just KuCoin, right? You guys are on Uphold, some of these other platforms and so on. What about all that? Are they really going to be SOL? Because, I mean, if anything, yeah, some people are calling this like a mini Black Swan event. There's going to be a lot of pissed off people. And like I was telling Mike, what if you have some guy who, I'm not saying this is what happened, but it could be. You have some guy, for instance, from, he made a fortune with Terra Luna, and then he lost everything. And then ALBT, he's just like, I really believe in ALBT. I'm going all out in ALBT, right? And this happens. I mean, or how about this? Some guy who, for all you know, might be part of like SEAL Team 6, like his ex-Navy SEAL or something. You don't think some of those guys are going to be like, you know what? This is not me creating FUD. I'm just being a realist. You know what? That Rashid guy, I might just take a trip over to Europe. I'm just saying, I'm not. Crazier things have been done. So I believe in ALBT's project. I think they got to get. I think they're fully aware of all these scenarios, but I wish there would just been a little bit more clarity about this situation. So back to this topic, and I'm just going to state this: as far as the 5 minutes in, 5 minutes out, I have to put some emphasis on this. Here's the thing. So Mike brought this up, and it's a very good, valid point. Right? The exchanges. Right? So you have. I know. Just hear me out. This is not the tokenomic. This is not the supply of ALBT. I'm just gonna throw out an example. So let's say you have 1 billion ALBT, right? Well, if you have these exchanges, which they held all this on a particular wallet on that exchange, and there's just activity going on with those, exchange wallets, right? The point is this: activity can happen all day long, buy, sells, you name it, right? The main thing is, the exchanges weren't buying and selling or moving is the main thing, right? From the exchange, let's, for instance, KuCoin, Uphold, some of these other ones, to another one. for the most part, unless I'm mistaken. By all means, let me know. That didn't happen. So if that didn't happen, what happens with the snapshot based off all that? I don't have the answer for that. Mike doesn't have the answer for that. But these are the things that need to be mentioned. Now, he has put in, and I'm not trying to, misspeak for Mike. This is what I gather from you, Mike. So if I'm not all on the 100% on the same page as you, let me know or put in the comments. But to my interpretation on what we mentioned on our conversation is, going forward, like how does this, what happens from here? And it's like, again, it's the whole thing with the snapshot. So we'll have to see. There has nothing been clarified in that regard. But anyway, let's get a little bit more into this. I know I'm kind of going on a tangent. The solution being developed, including minting a new ALBT token, let's just call it the V2, and airdropping, referred to as a token distribution going forward, into a wallet addresses with legacy, which is the old ALBT token. So if, like, for instance, if you log into KuCoin, I'm just throwing this example because I don't have a home. I see that my ALBT is there. I have it in my main. I'm not moving it from my main. It's just called the classic ALBT. It has no value, right? But it's just sitting there, and I'm just waiting it out, right? So a snapshot of the blockchain and exchange balances will be used to determine the recipients, regardless if they have tokens stored in hardware. Listen, this should answer some of these questions, because some of you guys mentioned to me, well, me and Larry, right? In the questions, well, what about me? I have mine on, Ledger, Ledger Nano or whatever, right? Cold storage. What about me? Here's your answer, okay? Regardless if they have tokens stored in hardware, software, or exchange wallets and staking contracts, the new token will replace the legacy, right? Which is basically the ALBT token that we know, and will not increase the token supply. So that also answers the question of, as far as, is there going to be, I guess, new tokenomics? Is there going to be a whole new circulating supply, a whole new amount of max tokens, max supply? No. So that answers that question. More information about the snapshot and token distribution mechanism will be announced shortly. And that's the main thing. It's all in a particular loop. Now, here, I'm going to jump down to this particular part because, I mean, you can read this yourself. Follow me on Twitter if you want to get the info. So it said he as in Mathis Dave Rees, founder and CTO of Alliance Block. He added, listen to this, guys. This is crucial. This is where I want people not to panic so much. The actual damage in numbers involving ALBT from the Bonk hack is closer to 1.6 million than the amounts previously reported by the media. Thank God. So if you're wondering, well, this guy got away with, what was 100 and I don't know what the heck it was, 113 million ALBT tokens, right? Which he did. You got to keep in mind, they halted this before he was able to, quote unquote, cash out all of it, right? Perfect analogy, like I mentioned the other day. This guy's part of a master heist, literally like a Hollywood film. Think about it, a master huge heist. And when he goes to cash out, it becomes the equivalent of basically robbing a convenience store, right? He got away with some, right? But not the big heist he was hoping for. So I'll restate it. The actual damage in numbers involving ALBT from the Bonk hack is closer to 1.6 million than the amounts previously reported by the media. If you do the math, all right, and you look at, for instance, the circulating supply, total supply, and all that, based off of what happened here, this would basically be about roughly in the, this would affect about 5%. So what that also said, if we base things off of the snapshot, right, because we have to, that's what they're stating, the damage that will be done, the way I interpret it is this. Snapshot happens, let's reduce anywhere from 5% from, I guess you could say from like liquidity, market cap, and so on, right? And then from there, we can even round it off. You want to go higher than that because it fluctuates. Let's say 10%. I still think it's not the doom and gloom that everybody thought was of, oh my God, this guy got away with 50 to 60% of all the liquidity, right? That is not the case. Saying 10% is generous. Don't believe me? Ask Mike Cornwell. All right. So with that said, okay, Max, get to the main gist of it. I am. So we get our airdrops. All right. The way I interpret it is this. Let's base it off of this 10%. So whatever ALBT was at the time of the snapshot, or before I should say, the value of that, we got to go to that, minus about roughly 10%. Then they come out with the V2, kind of like similar to Terra 2.0. They release it. As we know, with Terra 2.0, it was like $20, tanked down to $5 by the end of the day. The price fluctuated between, 2 to 5 consistently. ALBT, I think it's going to be a situation like this. They release it. It's going to be immediately about 5 to 10% from that snapshot. We get it. And let's just be real about it. With all the FUD, right, it becomes distress. You should see this thing tank. My attitude is if it tanks to a penny, I will load the truck up more because I still believe in this. Why is that? Look at freaking Gala. Look at some of these other projects in the past. Look at freaking Bitcoin in the past. These things that happen. I'm not trying to justify you guys. I'm stating that. I'm trying not to justify this at all. But what I'm going to show you guys here in a bit is this right here. I know I spent a long time talking about this, but it needs to be mentioned. And that is this. You know me. I'm not a fudder, okay? I never have been. But at the same time, I try to be real. And I also try to give some people not just hope, and it's not hopium, but let's refer back to history of some other projects that went through a similar thing. Boom, here you go. Ocean had a hard fork due to a third-party hack, ironically on KuCoin. In September 2020. Listen to this, guys. This did not affect price action moving forward, nor previous charting history for the token. Alliance Block will do the same thing. Maybe, right? I'm not saying 100%. Bonk messed up, but this situation will be salvaged for ALBT investors. And let's take a look into this. Back in September 27, 2020, Ocean Protocol initiated that particular hard fork. All Ocean token balances from the previous, as you see right here, token contract reflected on this Ocean token if you want to dig deeper into it, right? All the information's there and a little bit more in regards to this. Look what you see right there. Kind of like what I literally just mentioned. So, I mean, my thing is, again, I cannot state this or reiterate this enough. I know a lot of people are panicking and so on. Understand what you got into with AOBT. If you believe it's a solid project with real solid partnerships, hence Quant and so on, we have been into this long. We just got to wait and see what the heck is going to happen and then base things off of that. But I will state this, like I mentioned also to Mike Cornwell, and that is, if this thing keeps happening over and over and over, then obviously, as the saying goes, if you have, you can have the greatest utility in the world, but if you lose the trust, your ship is sunk. I wanted to give this a second shot, and we'll see what happens from here. Now, I did have other news headlines for you guys, but I do have to kick it back in the comments because I know I went on a wild tangent with that. But it needs to be reported. It needs to be said. We need to have an understanding of what the heck is going on with this whole ALBT thing. All right. I saw a few more people came in. Thank you for being here. Smash that like button if you appreciate the content. And even if you're not a fan of ALBT, it's okay. It's fine. We could be objectionable to anything. We could agree to disagree. All right, Mr. Lambos, Crypto Talk. What up, CTM fam? Good to see you, Mr. Lambos. Let me take a drink just real quick so I don't have a get dryness. All right. She says, my volt. Good. Glad to hear it. Let me go further down. Glad you guys trying to get the algorithm going. We have 57 peeps at one point. That's cool. I didn't realize I was doing my thing. Really poo. Too bad you can't buy ALBT right now. Yeah, I mean it's liquidated. I mean it's basically going to go to zero. I will state this, and look, I want to also state this just real quick while we're on the subject. There's something to be said about old contracts, old tokens. What am I talking about? So, for instance, some people, have, I got to stop saying for instance so many times. I do say that a lot. Check it out. Anyway, I have BTT, BitTorrent token. As we speak on CMC, some people still have a few of the old ones, whatever, wallets that forgotten about it, didn't put on exchanges so they could be automatically migrated, whatever the case be. but it could still be traded. All right. As you guys know, price fluctuates between various exchanges. It could also fluctuate not just on centralized exchanges, but also decentralized exchanges. You could look at, for instance, Uniswap V3, some of these other particular ones, and so on. You can decide that for yourself, which one gives you the highest rate of return, if you will, on your old ALBT. Now, I want to state this. That is just me being speculative. That's me basing it on if we do get, for whatever reason, doom and gloom. I hope to God we don't. But for those people who were like, I did $300 into this, I did $1,000 into this, and I'm stuck with this, you might just want to watch that like a hawk, if you will, to see which particular other exchanges might be able to, where you swap it and you try to salvage something out of it. People do it. People do it with BTT old. I have BTT, V2. That's just an example. There's all sorts of V1s and V2s. This is not a case of like a meme token, you guys, where, literally this wasn't migrated to a V2. And it's just liquidity is completely gone. We're stuck holding the bag or hit with a bunch of ETH gas fees and so on. Totally different situation. So I want to throw that out there. But yeah, thank you for that comment, Rudy Poo. Dan Michaels, spy balloon, could good or bad for the market? Oh man, yeah. Well, I had to get a little bit more into that. I did see some funny pictures. One, like I mentioned, that had Gary Gensler in it. But thank you for being here, Dan Michaels. I haven't seen you before. Cool avatar, and welcome, guys. Let's welcome Dan Michaels. We have a very welcoming community, and thank you for the questions. All right, LCX. Yep, we have a little info in regards to LCX for you guys. Appreciate it. Rayan says, Bitcoin start bull run from 10K to 68K, 0.6 to 7 months with zero utility. Why not quant? Yeah, mining from 150 to 10K in months with utility. Yep, thank you for that, Rand. Yep, no problem. Glad to have you here. Correct me if you're wrong. That's a great way of looking at it. I don't think you're wrong on that at all. Even Boomer doesn't think you're wrong. I mean, it's just you're telling it like it is. Go Navy, yes. Go Armed Forces. All right. Salamander, Goldman Sachs just gave Bitcoin a seal of approval. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Salamander, Thundercats or G.I. Joe or He-Man? Oh, God. That's like asking me, basically, Quant, XRP, or XLM. I watched all of those. I even had, somewhere, I'll have to show you guys, but when I was about 11 years old, I actually took my He-Man action figure and I drew him, and it was one of the best artistic things I ever drew. If I took a long time to look at something, I could draw it. I'm not saying I'm like a great artist, but that was one I kept. I think my mom kept that one for me. And I also always wanted Castle Grayskull as a kid. But yeah, all those are great shows. Voltron. I mean, if you watch Thundercats, you had to watch Voltron. Anyway, let's see here. Remember Silverhawks? I don't know if I ever watched that particular one. Maybe that one was maybe back in the 70s, a little bit before my time. All right, Mr. Shagan's in the house. Hey, Tim, Brian, and Cooch, and everyone else here. We're all going to make it, guys. Hold quants. Yes, hodl your quant. Thank you for that, Shagans. I totally agree. Soccer Gino, hey, he's got a custom avatar. Let's check it out, man. Cool. You took my advice. You didn't take my financial advice, but you took my advice, right? It looks good, man. Looks a good look. No homo, right? All right. But yeah, you're looking pretty good, man. Thanks for changing your avatar. And let's see. Man, I lost my place. All right, there we go. Let's go further down. Mr. Shagan says, Max refuses to say my first name. He calls me Mr. Shagans. It's a crypto talk now policy. But once we get to after hours, then things get a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, I could totally say I don't have nothing against eggplants or produce, cucumbers, yellow squash, things like that. People got to do what people got to do. People might be on a low budget, so they go with those particular things of produce and buy more XRP. If that's the case, people got to do what they got to do. All right. Forgot the Teenage Mutant Ninja. Oh, no, I did that. 1980s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trumps all other forms of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's just get that straight. Those were the classics. Those were the best. With the Foot Clan, Shredder, the way he used to talk, Krang walking around, and he's that thing on a, I don't know. I always wanted to get Krang for some reason as an action figure when I was a kid, but it was never done right. But anyway, all right, Crypto God, any low cap gem Crypto Warriors? Maybe Stronghold. That's one I want to look a little bit more into, unless you want micro cap. Good to see you again, Crypto God. We're going to kick it more into the news here in a bit. Star Wars is trying. Why are you making me do this, Salamander? Why? Well, obviously your answer is Star Trek because you have that. I can't. I love both. I love both. Although I will state this, I wasn't the biggest fan of the prequels, and I thought the sequel trilogy was kind of like, it was all right. I thought The Force Awakens was probably the best of. You want to know something? I still haven't seen the last one, The Rise of Skywalker. I need to. Isn't that horrible? Anyway, because I was so disappointed with The Last Jedi. Anyway, you're not. Well, then there's your answer. You're a bigger fan of Star Trek. I don't know, maybe. All right. Keep it real, homie. Yeah, thank you for that. Papa Mex is in the house. Good to see you, Papa Mex. So, hello, guys. Mass State Star Trek because it went through many revamps and was successful in doing so. Good point. Yes, we do have some GBEX info for you here in a bit. ALBT could hit 2 billion market cap on Bull Run, and ALBT hit 1 billion. That's still a 50x from where it's at now. That's a very good point. Plenty of V1 handover to the community and gain meme status. Blackwood's back. Most modern cartoons are awful. I would totally agree with that. I haven't even bothered watching the new, was it Velma or whatever? It's like, what were they thinking? All right. Ray and Max, please promise us when Quant goes 10K, you will shave the beard. You don't want to see me with a shaved beard. It will accentuate my face and it'll look like a balloon. But as my friend would say, my friend, we call him Stewie. His name is Brad. He always says this. He's like, well, you need to just get your ass to the gym. He's always joking around about that. But yeah, I do. But yeah, you don't like the beard, huh? Well, I trimmed it the other day, but I need to dye it again. It's starting to get all gray again. I don't like that. Wow. Yeah. All right. Egg squash. Yes, Judge. All right. We're almost towards the bottom. April Cornwall. Hey. Just threw down some breakfast for dinner. That sounds good. And for the fam, I'm watching while enjoying 15 eggs. Yes. Literally cracking open currency and frying the currency. Might as well celebrate, right? All right. 80s. I think I still mostly staying in my father's pants, so missed some of those gems. Wow. Oh, you're younger than me. I thought you were a lot older than me for some reason. I'm sorry too. Yes, that's quite interesting. All right. Yeah, quite funny. All right, let's get into some of our other particular coverage that we have for you tonight. Glad to have you here. And if anything, we do have some more news for you. So let's kick it into Quant, right? Unbelievable. Quant, right? Well, let me see where we're at in regards to some of that specifically. Here we go. And shout out to Greg Lunt, always doing it big. And I'm going to share it in a better way than that. My bad. Hold on just a second. Why does it say Chrome tab? Oh, there we go. I got it. All right. So, yes, shout out to Greg Lunt. Guys, this is breaking news. I'm not just saying just because it says it here, but listen to this. This is something. If you're wanting something to be bullish on Quant, or for instance, you're like thinking about DCAing, I mean, I can't give you financial advice, but just hear me out on this. This is really, really something. So if you're just tuning in, big news in regards to Quant. Breaking after 2+ years of work and deliberation, Secure Asset Transfer Protocol, which is SATP, is now an official working group with the IETF. Now, who is the IETF? Well, they are the Internet Engineering Task Force. They make the internet work better. All right. With that said, it's a huge step for the role of API gateways in standardizing digital asset interoperability. Let's just add another layer to everything else that Quant has when it comes to payment APIs and all these other particular things, preparing for March. But in reality, with Quant, is it really preparing for March, or are we really, really preparing for June in this case? I think it's a combination of both. Let's get more into this. We'll blow it up. So you have this, and was mentioned earlier today, the post, I should say. A new IETF says WG has been formed in the applications in real-time area. For additional information, please contact the area directors or the WG shares secure asset transfer protocol. It gives you an idea of how this is all going. And if anything, look at this. Here it is on data tracker from the IETF secure asset transfer protocol. And you see how some of this is already being utilized. You have that document charter. You have this literally being used, implemented, talking about some of that utility. Approved and active. Yeah, approved and active. Really, really impressive to see this. Some people are already like, oh yeah, baby. Shout out to 1E Frankie, who watches our show on the recorded and the live. Really active in the community. Glad to see it, Frankie. But this is pretty cool stuff, because now we're having a broader idea when it comes to just, again, more of these API gateways. We really understood what Quant brought to the table for APIs with the overledger and so on. Now, when people were trying to FUD it in the past, like, oh, if I don't see anything, then they don't really got it. What I call being, how about, instead of, this is a funny analogy, Quant is blockchain agnostic. So they're like being, overledger atheistic. I'm not making fun of atheist people, but you know what I mean? It's just like they just tunnel vision. If I don't see it before my eyes, it's not there. We have a little bit more in regards to that. So for the longest time, I was talking about, and I gave an outline for months now, especially if you guys have been, there's quite a few guys who just joined us in regards to coming from, Quant recorded to the live and so on. But I have been outlining for months that Quant connection to CBDCs, and specifically when it comes to the digital pound and what we're doing here in the United States. And when some people said, no, that's not the case, unless I see it in writing or see something solid, this is all speculative. Oh, I hope some of those people are here tonight. I hope you guys are here tonight, because when you see some of this, you're going to be like, oh, God, I'm going to have to come up with some ELBT FUD, because I'm going to have to leave Max alone with FUDing the Quant. Yeah, exactly. History is being made when it comes to the likes of Quant. Let's get into it. A little bit more reiteration about this whole thing with IETF data tracker. So it states, the goal of the Secure Asset Transfer Protocol working group will be to develop a standard protocol which operates between two peer gateways for the purpose of transferring digital assets between an originator and their origin network to a beneficiary in a destination network. Now listen to this. The resulting protocol shall be agnostic with respect to the type of asset being transferred, problem space, and architecture. To begin addressing these challenges, boom, SATP will employ the gateway paradigm as a means for digital assets to be moved from one network to another through a standardized asset transfer protocol implemented between peer gateways. Everybody saying that Quant doesn't do anything in regards to helping out with payments? Please. Each gateway represents one digital asset network, and SATP allows gateways to perform a voluntary transfer of digital assets from the origin network to a destination network in such a way that evidence of the transfer can be verified by a third-party audit in the case of disputes. There's a little bit more in regards to this. So if you're just tuning in, please, all I ask, hit the smash that like button, because I am going to give you the juicy stuff that you've been waiting for a while. A little bit more. Shout out to Philosophical Carrot. What a name. SATP is now baptized. I don't know if I want to use that particular expression because I don't like blasphemy, as an IETF working group. But hear me out. This is a good point, right? Maybe BSV does this. Shout out to Cool Cat Crypto. I don't know if he's watching tonight. I know a lot of times he's not here on a Friday night. Does your favorite crypto project come with a free TCP/IP-esque standardization add-on? I know Cool Cat mentions BSV has TCP/IP, so maybe that. But it states an interoperability solution provider that doesn't embed global protocol standardization isn't truly solving interoperability. It is not. What does? Quant, Booyashaka. Now look at this. Look at this. Here is some of the actual protocol being used. Look at this. And it's recent, guys. As of what today? As we know, today is the 3rd of February, 2023. Look at the timestamps. Speaks for itself. Now, for some of you guys that don't understand this, you may think, well, what's the significance? We'll get a little bit more into this. The significance is, for the longest time, I talked about, for instance, the CBDC connection to Quant, where you already drew the connections. Talked about Project Hamilton, said, here's what's going on in Project Hamilton. There was a guy in the comments that said, well, until I see it written, I haven't seen Jack Diddley squat. Well, guess what? Here's the icing on the cake here in just a brief moment before we kick it back into the comments. CBDC projects pump in 2023. Crypto folks not thrilled, but if we have invested in the right projects, we don't have to sit on the sidelines. Despite the market downturn in 2022, central bank digital currencies projects around the world did not hibernate, albeit they moved along at a slower pace. However, a flurry of tests near the end of 2022, think about what they're saying, a flurry of tests at the end of 2022. Project Hamilton, Max did an outline. The whole thing of Gilbert Verdian and the quant team with, for instance, what? The New York Federal Reserve did an outline. The whole thing with MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Max did an outline. Flurry of tests. Who did the flurry test? MIT, Quant, you name it, Digital Pound Foundation, so on. Near the end of 2022 suggests CBDC initiatives are doubling down as lawmakers strive for more control over the digital asset segment, and that is true. Thus, pays to take a closer look at CBDCs as their possible impact on digital sector users. But first, let's recap. What are CBDCs and why they're attracted to someone? Well, we know this stuff. But here is the icing on the cake for the guys that literally came into the comments trying to FUD Quant consistently. You know who they are. You recognize some of the names. I ain't going to give them the light of day to get their names announced here. But you know who they are. And if they're watching, you know who you are. Look who is specifically mentioned right here. You want your proof? Here's some of your particular proof. Thus, CBDCs present a segue into the domain of digital assets without giving up governmental control. The attraction for central banks also became quite clear as the digital sector grew to $3 trillion in 2021. And boy, who is listed here? Gilbert Verdian, founder and CEO of Quant, a London-based blockchain firm, has a different outlook, seeing CBDCs as a possibility rather than a threat. Outlined right there at the very top, flurry of tests at the end of 2022, did the outline, drew the Quant connection, Project Hamilton, you name it, and there's just more and more in regards to this. CBDC's development on a row in 2023. According to the online CBDC tracker, 119 countries are currently investigating the subject, which makes 38 more than in early 2022. It's increased. Out of the 119 countries, 11 have fully launched government-owned digital currencies. A little bit more in regards to this before we kick it into comments. Crypto-friendly Bahamas are in the lead, followed by neighbor islands that you see here and so forth. But one of the things I also want to point out was the whole thing in regards to Quant, and that is this, right? That is this. What they're doing with 3 key CBDCs, LAC chain for Latin America. On top of that, what they're doing with the digital pound and when everybody thought that nothing was going to happen for quant when it came to the United States, that particular connection. So there's the particular outline. I thought was massive. We have more particular news for you guys, of course, but the next segment will be XLM. And it's just that I just think this is huge for quant, because for all the people that wanted the quote unquote proof, if you can't draw the connection there without having an outline right in front of you, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't. I mean, I'll just go bury my head in some sand or something. I don't know. All right, let's get more into comments. Thank you for being here. If you haven't hit the like, please do so already. We appreciate everyone who's here tonight at Crypto Talk Now, here on this wonderful Friday night. We're about roughly 1 hour into the show. And if anything, if you have any questions, comments, drop them. We have a wonderful community that will do their best to help you with anything if I don't get right to your particular question. All right, Phoenix and Dragon. I've never seen you before. I'd like to welcome you. Family is important. XR Papa, XL Mama, XDC Children. Oh, okay, so we're going with this. Algo, Uncle, Iota, Auntie, and QN Trump. QNT Trump. Very cool. I like that. That's a magic formula right there. Well, thank you for being here, Phoenix and Dragon. And thank you for taking the time to type that out too. Guys, let's welcome Phoenix and Dragon. Our goal is that we hope that our platform, our particular station, program, and so on will end up being a place that you would like to regularly come to. And I'd like to give you a formal welcome to our community here at Crypto Talk Now. We've been doing live shows every single day since last April at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. So if you're still here in the comments, guys, let's give them a welcome. All right. Mass states, embrace the signs of wisdom, brother. Don't be too vain either. All right. Mass, you're cool, my friend. Yes. Hey. Says April Cornwall. Cash Cats Quant. Just the name makes me bullish. And there's that one guy who stated that his wife giggles every time he says Quant. Anyway. Mass states Ajax is really making moves today. Yep. You got the Cartman thing going, laughing like, dude, going to the man. We got to say Quant to the man. Anyway. Salamander, man, maybe they should make an EGG crypto coin or an egg. Yeah, that's where the money seems to be going, to eggs. Yes, and then when everybody grabs all the eggs, we can show that how that's like draining the egg liquidity if any of the eggs crack. I don't know. That's a bad analogy. Anyway, VAIOT has been killing it too. And let's go further down. Easter egg Inu. I wouldn't doubt if there was such a thing. My kids are coloring rocks this year. Oh yeah, because of the egg problem. Yeah, it sucks, man. I mean, like my dad is just like, is there any eggs? And I'm like, well, I can get you some eggs. I'm like, I'm cool with getting him eggs. He's like, yeah, I'd like to have some eggs. I'm like, well, he's like, how much are eggs? And I'm like, well, on sale, they're $5 a dozen. He's like, that's the sale? I'm like, yeah. He's like, to hell with the eggs. I can wait. I'm like, well, you sure? Anyway. Cash Cats, if Bitcoin is divisible by, I think you're trying to say statistics, what will quant be divisible by? That's a good question. Break down the circulating supply, do compare and contrast. I think somebody here could figure it out. I don't know if I'm gonna do that on live stream. You know what? There is the man of the hour, Mr. Michael Montclair. Good to see you, man. Glad to have you here. Michael, I want to state this. We have another great musician that we've added to the community. Can you guys remember who it is? Let's see. This is a trivia question. It's a trivia question. Can you drop in the comments who the new person that we featured his music the other day? Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. But anyway, let's see who remembers. And if you win, you will have won absolutely nothing, according to Larry. Anyway, so quant is pretty badass. Yes, it is. Look at you now. Look at me, man. Look at the freaking quant, man. You know what a huss is? That's a pig that don't fly straight. All right, I could do it better than that. But anyway, Mass states Floki seems to have woken up today. Plus 74, 9%. Huh. Max claps. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Speaking of Latin America, second Chinese balloon is flying over it now. Yikes. Let's see here. KK's in the house. Good to have you, KK. And let's go further down. I gotta say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm doing it like Larry. Pulse chain, hex, crypto, p hex, e hex, blockchain nodes. The one, the only. My guy, tell Larry hi. Well, I think I just did when I sent that pulse chain hex, crypto, p hex, e hex, blockchain nodes. But glad to see some members from the community of hex still coming around Crypto Talk now. We used to have a whole influx of you guys. Before summer started and so on, but I'm really thankful that you're still around, my friend. Glad that you could stop by. We do appreciate you. All right, let's see where we're at. I bought Floki on a fluky. I think a lot of people did. I didn't buy any of that. I'm not flooding your bag. It's not my thing. Don't worry if the wife giggles now. She's gone when you make that wife-changing investments. Oh, jeez. That's horrible. All right. Hey, April, you hear about the new store pop shelf opening up in. Oh, sorry. That's your local thing. I should just. My bad. I forgot. When you guys have private conversations, just do me free. Just do the @ sign, but it's all good. CPH Max. CPH. What's CPH? I don't. Me, I know that abbreviation, but I forgot. All right. Larry and Caroline sing a polka. Jeez. Okay, brother. My bad. All right. So let's get into more of our news. It's XLM. You're going to love what you see with this one. So let's go ahead and jump into that right now. I just got to close out a few particular ones because I just don't want to have any problems, to say the least. And actually, I'm sorry, it's not XLM. It's actually XRP. This is something else. I was really, really impressed with this for XRP. Maybe you guys saw this earlier, but it doesn't discount it at all. Look at this for yourself. I hit the wrong button. I hit F12 instead of F11. Here it is, XRP. Yeah, forming the same bottom structure as it did in 2017. Why is that significant? It's significant because we saw, for instance, that was the last time, if I'm not too mistaken, that things just started really, really taking off. And of course, all-time highs for XRP, I believe, is in the $4 range. Don't have the exact, figure with the, the pennies, but yeah, forming the same bottom structure as in 2017 before it exploded by 100,000%. This is why I put so much focus on having people understand that. I know I'm in the minority, but so far I've been right on this, and that is we are at the very, 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 very beginning of what I feel as though is leading into the bull run. Now, there's a difference, of course, when it comes to the bull run and all-time highs. You got to have a start, right? So I feel as though, again, this is pounding it home a little bit more about the utility run that will lead into the bull run and what ones stand, ahead of the pack when it comes to this. Well, obviously, Quant, XRP, XLM, XDC, some of these other ones, right? The part of the ISOs, but these are the top 3 in my book to get the thing going. Let's blow this up a little bit. Let's pay attention. And you see this. This is a representation of the past. Why do we always mention the past? Well, because you got to have a broader understanding of what happened in history to prepare for what could be happening here soon, right? That's the thumbnail. Preparing for March, ISO 222. What's happening in March if you're new? Well, the ISO 222 migration, the mandate, March 20th. Is it buy the rumor, sell the news? I don't think that's the case. I think this is really, a lot of this stuff is literally, it's going to blow its top off. I mean, when we say, people running out of time, I mean, I it's not financial advice, but you got to do what you got to do. But I mean, if you're into crypto because you want that life-changing, or some of you guys, I know I wouldn't state this, but life-changing wealth, this is, don't get me wrong, it's nothing wrong with making, taking $1,000 and becoming 10x, becomes 10K. There's nothing wrong with that. We want to do that all day long. But as far as the ones that are really, really going to make us wealthy, where people got into Bitcoin at for instance, $1 back in 2010, or what was it, 2010? 2013 was roughly $100, right? You look at, for instance, Quant. I know this is XRP segment. But I mean, come on. When we say we're still early, for people that are complaining about XRP sitting at 41, 42 cents, you're still early. Yeah, you didn't do as well as the guy who came in at, 29, 30, 32 cents. Remember, it was around 32 cents for the longest time in a bear market of 2022, the crypto winter. But there's still time for you. But don't wait until March 20th. Especially don't wait for what? The SEC thing to end, right? All right. Let's get further into some of this. This one right here, we're going to show you guys this. This is a particular video clip. This is massive, guys. Something else. I saw this earlier and I said, I got to get this out to the CTN community. Let's talk about this for a brief moment. Okay. Digital asset investor. Shout out to this particular one. I think I'm following. Yep. 312,000 people follow this particular guy. He puts out really good snippets, retweets, and so on. He's, for instance, follows XRP. Some of you guys like Green Candle Fanatic's not here tonight, but shout out to you if you're watching this on the recorded, my friend. Glad to see you're following him as well. I want to state this, all right? Like it mentions right here, there are only two guys, companies, like it says, in my lifetime that I am aware of that had a stated goal of creating a global reserve currency. Think about this. I want you to have this visualization. Let's just take a moment to have this visualization. As we know, when it comes to the Federal Reserve banks, right? For instance, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York is a real popular one, but there's other ones like, I've been across the street of the one in San Francisco. There's other cities that have it and so on, right? But what is one of the key things that stands out? These Federal Reserve banks, right? What do you want to call them, a bank and so on? The Federal Reserves have what on hand? A lot of gold bullion, like bars and stacks of gold bullion, right? They keep that in reserve. So listen to this. There are only two companies in my lifetime that I'm aware of that have stated goal of creating a global reserve currency. Think about that for just a moment. Global reserve currency. Now, look at this. I use PayPal all the time. I have bills that I have to pay in PayPal. Like I pay for DPG server rent, my gaming group, right? And they accept PayPal, right? I've used PayPal since the early 2000s, so well over 20 years. So it says, number one is PayPal. Their VCs altered the path. Number two is Ripple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, right? XRP, to quote the movie Jerry Maguire, they had me at global reserve. That's a great analogy. Now, this one is 4 minutes and 16 seconds, a little bit longer than what we normally put out. But if you can, draw your attention to either your headset, your phone, your television set, whatever the case be. If you need to turn it up, whatever you got to do, you need to hear the message that's going to be broadcasted to you. Okay? Let's listen to this. We'll come back in 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And I promise after that, we'll get back in the comments. But this particular segment, you're not going to want to miss. Here we go.
From China's point of view, they want to get, they don't like the U.S. having this reserve currency because it gives us, a lot of leverage over, Iranian oil supply chains and all sorts of things like that. They don't want the renminbi to become a reserve currency because then you have to open your capital account and you have to do all sorts of things that they really don't want to do. I think the euro, you could think of as, was in part a Chinese weapon against the dollar. The last decade hasn't quite worked out that way, but that was, China would have liked to see two reserve currencies like the euro. And, even though I'm sort of a pro-crypto, pro-Bitcoin maximalist person, I do wonder whether at this point Bitcoin is also should also be thought in part of as a Chinese financial weapon against the U.S., where it threatens fiat money, but it especially threatens the U.S. Dollar, and China wants to do things to weaken it. So it's sort of China is long Bitcoin, and perhaps from a geopolitical perspective, the U.S. should be a little bit be asking some tougher questions about exactly how that works.
So back in the early days of PayPal, and this is going back to 1999, so it's almost 20 years ago. We actually, our first T-shirt said, PayPal, the new world currency. And so there was this idea that we were going to create this new global currency.
many people don't know this, but the mission of PayPal was to create a global currency that was independent of interference by these corrupt cartels of banks and governments that were just, debasing their currencies. And we succeeded at building something very economically very powerful, enabled many small businesses. We're super proud of it, but we never achieved the mission. And I don't think it is solved by PayPal, precisely for the reason that you brought in the Venezuela case, where PayPal is simply too centralized and too attached to the big financial institutions, Visa, MasterCard, the ACH network, the SWIFT network, and it will do whatever it needs to do to keep those institutions happy. It doesn't solve the problem. And I think with its current success and the current management, they're not going to go push the mission of the company forward. That was what we wanted 20 years ago. So somebody else has to do it. Not to mention that it was the wrong crypto foundation, but that's a different story.
And so why didn't you guys foresee this and build something that would solve the problem?
Well, we tried. When we were building the company, initially, Max Levchin, he started working on his thesis in cryptography, was my co-founder at PayPal. He researched Chaumian blind anonymous digital currencies, and then we said that didn't think that was going to quite work. It was too centralized, and it wasn't quite anonymous. Then I think we just never figured out quite the right algorithm, and we were pressured by investors to just get the product out. And this is part of the problem of taking investment money prematurely. I wonder what would have happened if Max has been able to sit around and brainstorm and work on the idea, and we don't talk about the mission, and maybe we could have figured out an algorithm that was more like the modern crypto algorithms, which I'm so grateful for.
100 billion XRPs will be enough to cover once the X-Rapid service scales to a global full scale, or would there be a shortage?
Well, so when XRP was created, this actually was created before Ripple existed. The creators of XRP decided there'd be 100 billion units because they saw it as rather than having a smaller number with a very high price, they saw it as something they wanted to be effectively a global reserve currency.
Let's pause that for just a brief moment before it ends. All right. So it says, for instance, at the very top of the screen, draw your attention. It says the new fee escalation code was introduced to constantly monitor. Let me just double check I'm not muted. Apologize. All right. Was to constantly monitor network load and adjust in near real time the cost of executing transactions, which makes it more difficult to overload the network and further helps to ensure the long-term health and stability of RCL. Stability, however, goes beyond improving performance and adding new features. At Ripple, we place heavy emphasis on writing code, that is secure, solid, and robust. This singular focus on code quality has helped the Ripple network achieve availability and reliability well beyond industry standards with no outages. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, Larry, if you listen to my friend, who's the one who mentioned this a while back that he didn't like Solana. Why didn't he like Solana? Because it has outages. He wants a blockchain that works 24/7, right? We all do. With 2017 now well underway, we remain hard at work. Well, that was in the past, right? But again, you got to go back to the past to have an idea where we're currently at. Focused on adding exciting new features to the RCL and further improving the performance, all right? Stability and quality of the Ripple open source code base. Here's the main highlight. Most importantly, we remain more committed than ever to the simple goal of making XRP the world's reserve digital currency. They stated this in the past. We have to go back to have a broader sense of understanding of these particular statements. I want to state this real quick. I'm going to stop sharing that particular one. So you have a particular outline. This is talking about, when we mentioned preparing for March, preparing for what's happening in the future. We don't want to be on the sidelines of when all this happens, right? None of us do. I don't want to see you guys that happen to you. I don't want it to happen to me, my family, you name it. But this concept of, for instance, XRP basically becoming the world's, global gold, like talk about digital gold to a sense, the world's global reserve currency. I've mentioned in the past, not that long ago, this whole thing about, in my humble opinion, that Stellar's XLM is going to be the quote unquote global cryptocurrency for peer-to-peer payments. Like I want to send an aunt overseas. I do have aunts and uncles that live in the Philippines, for instance. I want to send them overseas payments, but I actually want to do that in the form of what? Stellar Lumens. That simply makes sense. They might have the same type of banking, bank account type structure as we have, for instance, here in the United States. It might be a lot more different. Or, for instance, we mentioned the whole thing with Nigeria, right? That's a perfect example. So when we hear these things about Ripple's XRP and Stellar's XLM, it's kind of like a pairing, right? No, I'm not talking about like, Jasmine / USDT pairing and USDC pairing. I'm literally talking about the reason why these two both go hand in hand so well together is because it literally is just that. If you look at the broader perspective of how our financial structure is set up, currently speaking, right, where you have the New York Federal Reserve with, stacking gold. Why do they do that, right? It's just, we obviously know why they do that, but then you connect the dots with this whole thing with Ripple's XRP, right? The reserve currency of the world. Now, why is that? Well, like we mentioned before, when you look at the debt clock and you understand that the US dollar is now showing, zero on that debt clock. That's scary stuff, right? I'm not rooting for any of that stuff to like really actually happen. But if it does happen, or when it happens, and we talk about this great financial reset that's going to happen, then it makes sense. Like, wow, this is really something else. This global reserve currency, if it ends up being, which it very well may end up doing just that, being the likes of XRP through its particular technology, eliminating the whole thing of quote unquote nostro vostro. We'll get more into that as well. Maybe I'll do a deep dive about that. Then you have a broader sense of understanding of who are the bigger players that are involved with all this. And I'm just looking at it from the perspective of, I have a firm understanding now. The two main standout ones are Ripple's XRP for that reserve currency, and the other one is for the peer-to-peer for all over the world. I really think that Stellar's XLM is going to be the cryptocurrency of the world. And then for the trade sector, it's XDC all the way. Those are consistently my top four. I know I didn't mention Quant, but I do have to mention Quant right now, because the way I look at it is, when it comes to Quant, kind of like what Gilbert Verdian was talking about, you have a situation in which they are the ones who provide the utility, the tools to get all this connected, right? People at the end of the day, even when you go use your Visa card payment, right? You're not asking the bank, well, how is this done, right? You just know that it's done. Quant is the one to have that done. You see the connections with the CUDC. So here at Crypto Talk Now, we love to provide you guys the education that you need to have a broader understanding of all this. By all means, check out a recorded section when you might go to do that. You might just be a person that just wants to watch the live show, and that's fine too. But that's why we have all this. We try to hit every single particular area and bring it to you guys. But guys, I'm honestly looking at it from that perspective. The software, the operating system, the brainchild, if you will, Quant, the global reserve currency of the world, right? Global is the world. XRP, person to person, XLM. It just makes sense. Don't you have to have a bank account? Think about that. And if you were leveraging and enabling the country of Nigeria and other third world countries by not diminishing the value of their native currency, because it's done with, as we know, with XLM, that is powerful utility. And then, of course, the whole thing with XDC, the trade sector, right? Precious metals, the whole thing we talked about yesterday with Comtech and so on, with gold. Those have been consistently my top 4 for a reason. And I know some of you guys, maybe you have it close to that being your top 4. And don't get me wrong, I think HBAR is huge, but it's understanding what we hold to just hold the course. We're going to get there. I really, really believe it. And if anything, I don't know, do our kids basically start making statues of us in the future? Our great grandkids? This is great granddaddy Boomer F and Sooner. This is great granddaddy Mike Cornwell. Why are we celebrating them? Because these are the guys who had the balls, pardon the expression, to research some of these things. Man, I'll tell you, man, when I was a kid, shout out to Biggie Smalls. He's got that song, was it on Juicy? Always wonder why Christmas missed us. That resonates really hard with me. It really, really does. Because the way I look at it is there are so many times where I didn't get to enjoy any of that. You know what I mean? And so for many years now, I've been working that much harder to find my meal ticket, to find something that's going to be generational wealth. I have dreams. You all have dreams. We all have crazy dreams. At least we should. But I'm not going to be able to, for instance, my own personal dream, to develop my own video game studio, right? I'm not going to be able to do it on a teacher wage. School teachers don't make much money. Maybe, we'll move out to the East Coast. Well, that's not in the cards for me right now, Anyway, let's get more back into the comments. I appreciate every single one of you guys that are here tonight. And it's been a great show so far. We still have plenty of particular coverage for you. You're not going to want to miss a little bit more XRP news we have. We have some XLM. The XLM one, I'll state this, is a key one of our news coverage tonight. Anyway, Tim Shea says Cypherium. Sean did cover that earlier. I need to catch up and watch the whole thing. I know I'm way behind on regards to comments. Good problems we have, to say the least. Larry says this is the dawning of the age of Cypherium. February 14th, 2023. You know what, guys? I know it seems like it was a joke in the past. It's not a joke. Our brother Larry could very well be right. That's right around the corner. I'm not even kidding. We already got the announcements from Powell and the Fed and so on. I did say I thought it was going to be 25 basis points. It was. Is it a joke anymore? Or do we start taking this actually a little bit more serious? We have 65 wonderful people, beautiful people here tonight, as Larry would say. Thank you for being here. Shabirian dropping on Valentine's Day. I did see, for instance, I think Awesome Austin thought that he was going to be dropping around that particular time. Shout out to him. He might have gotten that right, so that's cool. Salamander says, you got 11 days, Larry. Yeah. Cash, you're good, Mass. It has taken almost 20 years to get her. Oh, geez. Wife Talk Now, the other segment of Crypto Talk Now. I know there might be some few new people here. If you're new, thank you so much for connecting. Drop any comment, question you have. We have a very welcoming community. Setting up a KuCoin account tonight, XRP on the right. He wasn't joking about that, guys. I will state that. We did have a conversation on the phone about that. He feels like his time is running out. Yes, brother Larry, get on board before that train leaves. Literally, you have billboards in London talking about right next to those trains. So the train will leave. The age of Cypherium. That's why I keep hearing Cypherium is like ISO 222 compliant, according to what Sean posted or something like that. I need to learn more about that. So if anything, I will for sure watch that from beginning to end. I want a broader perspective of it. Because, by the way, shout out to Sean, CryptoSmith, guys. Our it's a show. Same time slot on Monday, but it's a new show we're introducing. And the name of that particular show is called Utility Talk Now. It's a back and forth conversation between Sean and I, the CryptoSmith. And on top of that, we will be engaged with the community as well. But we will cover strictly utility-based tokens and coins for that particular show that's on Monday. You're not going to want to miss it. And I'm looking really, really forward to be able to provide it to you guys here at CTN for you guys. Let's go further down. He bought another bag of XLM this morning. Very, very cool. Gary Missy says, "What's up, guys? Thanks for being here, Gary Missy. Like the avatar, and I could have sworn I've seen you before, but if I didn't, I'd like to welcome you, and if anything, welcome back. Guys, let's welcome Gary Missy. He states he sold his AOBT after the announcement. I don't trust exchanges dropping. Okay. If anything, maybe I don't know if you're still going to be okay. I don't know, but we did have a thing about the snapshot earlier. There will be a I just reiterate this. I'm so far ahead of myself. When you read so much consistently, like just tons of material, sometimes you kind of lose track. So we did have, for instance, a segment right at the beginning covering this. Sorry that you end up selling it. I don't know if you're completely SOL because I don't have the answers for that, but I will state this much, and that is there will be a like a V2. We're going to get an airdrop and so on, but it's mainly for people who had a certain amount of ALBT either on exchanges or even in cold wallets before that snapshot. We'll have more info for you guys later when we get it. Larry Breaker, piggy bank, buy XRP. Yes. Coochie Boy states, buy BNB and use Pancake Swap, Mr. Larry. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Coochie Boy is right. That is a very valid point. You could do that. And if anything, you could just load up your Trust wallet and then use the use the decentralized app, the DApp of Pancake Swap, right? I don't even know why I didn't think of that. Shot Coochie Boy, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Die is psychotic, says Gary Missy. Mass, haha. I hope you wrote a book to help us all. Jeez, at Cash Cats. Die was in the board to receive substantial payment if the buyback happened, according to Gary. All right, thank you for that. And Die is legit, DAI. Glenn Allen states, Maximus, what's going on? Did you ever look into Bull Run Life that Steve at Rocket Crypto, aka Shib Analysis, is the dev? No, I haven't yet, my friend. I'm sorry for that. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to do it. Just doesn't mean I'm going to do it like immediately. I'm literally looking at this list, and I don't want you to think I'm BSing you because I'm not. I swear I'm not. I have a list right here of cryptos to it says crypto research notes. Film Crib equals Netflix killer, Arc Block, ABT, MNW, which is Morpheus Network. I need to write Cypherium here. Vector Space is another one. EGLD, BRL is on the list, and InstaDApp. So don't think that I don't write this stuff down. I definitely do. You also got to keep in mind there's other ones I'm committed to as well, and that is I want to do Theta, I want to do Near, I want to do Tezos. So it's just, and then at the same time we have to keep up with all of the other ones we're doing well with, which is obviously Quant. We have HBAR. We have, we're still cover ALBT, obviously. I mean, with all the FUD. But there's some other ones. Jasmy. What am I forgetting? XLM. Like every time we put out an XLM video, it does well. Why? Because that's a niche. Like people really want news on it. There's not a lot of news. But I don't want you to think, listen, Glenn, I want to tell you this, all right? I'm going to look right at the comment. Hopefully you're hearing me. I fully realize that there's other content creators. I'm not bashing any of these guys, all right? If anything, they have bigger problems than me, right? Because they might have 100,000 subscribers, whatever the case be. I understand there's only so much time a day. But when I tell you that I'm going to look into some of these particular ones, I'm going to do that. I might not do it like tomorrow or next week or anything, but I definitely will do it. And if I'm impressed upon it enough, I'll do a video. But nonetheless, I will get back to you on that, either on the comments and let you know how it went. And I mean that. I absolutely mean that. But thank you for holding me accountable on that. It's totally fine. And thanks for being back. Appreciate it. All right. Wes RA. I'm super bullish on XRP after that. Well, thanks, Wes. Hey, guys. There he is. The man of the hour. Wes, I gave everybody a trivia question. They didn't take advantage of it. Maybe they did. I said, because Michael Montclair, who is another fellow musician, was in the comments. And I said, hey, guys, here's a question for you. Who was the guy we featured a few days ago? Let's test him because we're gonna have a game show maybe next week. I don't know. I want to get this a little bit more polished, but I have one great big section done. So the way I look at it is the majority of this is done. But yeah, we basically, you were part of the trivia question, my friend. Guys, check out Wes Space RA. He has great music, and he's part of the CTM family. So shout out to you, Wes. Good to see you, man. Glad you came back. Oh my goodness! Breaking news! Breaking news! We got 70 wonderful people here today. This is breaking news. Perfect time if you're connected. Read the screen. Just bought my first bag of XRP. Is Larry? Shout out to Larry. Yes, I wish you could hit the applause button. My goodness, Larry bought his first bag of XRP on KuCoin. Yes, finally, Larry. Talking about this since October 31st. I don't know if Brian Dowie's here tonight. Shout out to Brian Dowie, who held him accountable since Halloween. Yes, Larry. Too bad you didn't have the peanut butter jelly time rollout thing, but that's okay. Congratulations. Get the F out. Yep. There's Brian Dowie. Good to see that you're still. I'm glad that you were here to witness that, Brian. Right on. Finally, Larry. Hallelujah. Praise God. Your kids are going to thank you in the future. All right. Not financial advice, right? But I mean, come on. Let's be real, guys. We know what we're invested in. All right. I'm serious. I just bought XRP with my trust. Yes. Good. Awesome. So you did Pancake Swap. Okay. You didn't do KuCoin. So Coochie Boy, hey, man, who's the MVP of tonight? If we had such a thing, look, Coochie Boy, come on, man. Everybody. Thank you, Coochie Boy. This is what I'm talking about. Community involvement, getting involved, recognizing our fellow brother, Larry. He needed some help. I'll be honest. I spaced that one. Like, I didn't even think. You're right, Coochie. And it was probably a piece of cake. And how I know that is because I actually have used Trust Wallet in the past. I used it for Evergrow, which I wouldn't exactly recommend that. It's more of a gamble, but, teach his own. Yep. That's awesome, Larry. Freaking about time, man. If you guys have ever seen the movie, God, what's it called? Grindhouse, I think it is. Which one is it? Death Proof. That scene with Kurt Russell. He's like, oh, it's about damn time. Yeah, I wish I could pull that up. It's about time. All right. Bought XRP at 40 cents. First bag. Well, I know you wanted it to be 27 cents, man, but that was not going to happen. Not even with a Black Swan event. How do we know that? Guys, did it go down to 27 cents with Terra Luna or FTX? No, right? It came close to that, but never was quite at like 25 or 27 cents. 2 Black Swan events, possibly. I am not rooting for that. Crypto Smith. All right, I missed some super chats. I apologize, guys. I'm sorry. Happy Friday, Max. Larry, the CTM family. Yes, absolutely. Guys, I'll state this. Give our brother Crypto Smith a plug. I will get to your super chat just a second here. Sal, give me just a second. My bad. I want to put a plug in. You guys need to follow him, especially if you're a fan of Crypto Talk Now. And that's because he is the co-host on Mondays of our new show, which is called Utility Talk Now. I'll pull up his particular channel right now. Let me just type it real quick. Crypto Smith. Please give him a follow. Let's pull him up right now. Here he is. So he's Sean the Crypto Smith. I mean, look at that. I mean, he's forging his crypto, right? Do you know anybody who has this particular skill set of forging crypto? I don't know. But anyway, we click on it. He does cover XRP, XLM. Of course, he covers some of these other ones like MMI. He talked about Cypherium, right? And how Cypherium is building behind the scenes to be a top ISO 222. Welcome to what? Preparing for March, ISO 222. Why would I recommend this particular gentleman? Well, yes, we're friends with him. There's more to it than just that. He actually speaks very, very well when it comes to this. Go check out the video if you want to be introduced to Cypherium. I know I need to be, right? I need to do more of my own research. But if anything, I'm going to watch that whole video probably later tonight, actually. 10.5 minutes. Go over there. Let me see if I haven't hit the like yet. All right. I'm going to like it on my MaximusCrypto. Boom. Go over there. Dropping some more comments in there, guys. Seriously. Do it now. You go to freaking Crypto Smith, pump the like button. Do it. I can't go do it right now. I got a tumor. It's not a tumor. Go over to Crypto Smith and pump the like button, hit the subscribe. Do it now. I don't know what Cypherium is. Go. It's not a tumor. Go pump it up. Do it now. All right. Thank you. I know some people are like, what the heck? Anyway, let's get back into the comments. Thank you so much, Salamander. $5 super chat. He states, I hope XRP goes to $20 while everyone is asleep in the USA for being non-believers. Too late to buy at 41 cents. But guess what's going to happen? The beautiful thing will happen from there, and it'll happen multiple times. By the way, thank you again for the $5 super chat, Salamander. And I'll double check on the other screen here in a bit if we got any more super chats. I want to state this. The beautiful thing that's going to happen is FOMO. Now, it's not beautiful for those who FOMO in, but it's beautiful for us who hold the asset. For the same reason, for instance, Bitcoin and all that, when it went to 69K and so on, that sense of FOMO is when things get huge. FOMO is good if you already have been in a particular asset, but it's never good when you're on the sidelines, right? Trying to get in because you know, chasing something at the top of the mountain and then that roller coaster goes down sucks for those type of people. But even people who got into Bitcoin at 69K, this technically speaking, if they had held it, let's say they did own a full Bitcoin, I can't imagine that, but somebody who did been holding this whole time, goes up to 100,000, well, there's still profit there. But come on, let's be honest, guys. You're going to put that much in, you know, to the likes of Bitcoin, with all these altcoin utility driven tokens, and the return on investments are way more substantial compared to the likes of that. But for those who could do both, well, more power to you. All right, let's go further down. Yep, sup to Sean. Thank you very much. And again, thank you again, Salamander, for the $5 super chat. I am going to check out the other screen just real quick to see if another super chat came in, because I do apologize. I mean, I know super chats are supposed to get the priority, but we were, you know, I was really into doing my spiel, I guess you could say. So I hope you're not mad, Sal. All right, Salamander. Brian Alley, Sean, breaking news. Larry bought XRP. Yes, absolutely. It's unbelievable. I mean, I kind of want to just kind of do a whole new thing about it, just real quick for all the newcomers that are just coming in. Let me think here. What we have, for instance, news theme. Let me see if I can pull up a theme. I won't get copyrighted. Let me see. I don't know. Maybe this other one real quick. Just real quick. Oh yeah, this is juicy. This is the hot, juicy stuff. All right, let's do it. Let's do it right now. I know we lost a few people, but we're almost 2 hours into the show. All right, here it goes. If you're down tuning in, we have live breaking news. Larry of Crypto Talk Now has officially bought XRP. Yes, bought XRP by going to Pancake Swap and swapping that sucker for some XRP. This is breaking news, and I'll state it one more time. We have breaking news for you. Larry of Crypto Talk Now has officially bought XRP. If you're tuning in, this is no joke. Larry has officially purchased XRP. All right. That was a nice little whatever. All right, back to the real news, and welcome, people. Congrats, Crypto Talk Now. Thank you. Holy cow patties, Batman. Are you serious? Yeah, it's just unbelievable. SHIB has added a privacy function to the token. Thank God it's Friday, all. Welcome, Boktron. Thank you for being here. This is huge for SHIB. All right, if you want to share that, you definitely can. Thanks for that, Coochie Boy. And thank you again for helping Larry with his XRP. But yeah, let's welcome Bok. Rayan, 20 of XRP price means 1 trillion dollar market cap. Yeah, people will laugh, but here's the thing: doesn't mean it won't happen. I think we see some crazy market caps for crypto in itself, where people are just like, "Holy cow, man! Look at this!" And of course, what's going to happen? More and more ways of mainstream FOMO will start happening. Just because it has happened doesn't mean it won't. And just like I've also mentioned in the past, just because we never had a utility run doesn't mean we won't. We will have a utility run. I know you're on board for that. Let me see. Crypto McDizzle. Laugh at 1 trillion market cap, but XRP job is to transfer 10 trillion a day across the network just to replace Swift, let alone so many other additions. Yeah, like healthcare and some of these other things. But that's the key thing. How do you put a real price on that? I think Verson of Black Swan Capitalist, I think if anything, he's probably come the closest to maybe come up with a figure, but I think we'll all be way off of whatever predictions we had, not on the low end. And this is, of course, is why so many of us are so excited about the likes of XRP. Yeah, I mean that's my thing too. I mean, I think Metalect, if you're still here, remember that comment you made about understanding market cap? It's not just the whole thing of the math behind market cap. Don't get me wrong, we want to understand that, of course. But for a few of these particular ones out there, Quant, XRP, XLM, and so on, we're going to see things that no one has ever seen before in the history of crypto. And I think for the average person who is new to crypto, or people who, they can't look beyond Bitcoin with, for instance, Bitcoin's what the market cap of that was close to 2 trillion at one point. What was it, guys? I can't remember, 1.6, something like that. They can't see past that. So they're like, well, that's the highest that was. Why in the world would XRP or some of these other ones, they can't do it? They will do it. Let me go further down. Yeah, it's not trillions, guys. Look what Crypto Mike is stating. Quadrillions. Yes, quadrillions. Look up that particular number. Like a billion is, for instance, 1 with 9 zeros. Trillions is even more than that. I have to get all the figures. Quadrillions. I mean, quadrillions is insane. Yeah, will flow through the blockchain. Yes, very, very true statement. And if anything, how about this? Saving the central banks billions, maybe even more, but at least billions, right? Think about the old system of Swift. You have, for instance, $10 trillion being transferred from, I don't know, let's throw an example, Germany to Austria or something like that. $10 trillion, they get hit with a $60 billion fee. That's why those central banks are not signing up left and right in the past to do just that. That's why it was like maybe those particular things only happen maybe once or twice a year. Look into yourself. This is not me BSing you guys. Look into it for yourself. They don't just try to do it like every single day because of the darn fees. If anything, you're going to see a ton of money being transferred all over the place. And if anything, think about this. We're talking about all this doom and gloom that's happening in regards to the world with the world economy, right? But as we know, when we have the influx of a tremendous amount of money, not just here in the United States, but, other countries as well, though influx of money, you don't have to be a rocket science to figure this out. Whenever that happens, is great for the economies of those particular countries. It's a big win for the world. So this whole thing, I mean, we're talking about market cap. This is a win-win for the entire world. I mean, Ripple is huge. All right, let's go further down. That's a conversation with you guys. XRP will buy out PayPal. Yeah, probably. Mass states, preach my guy. Telcoin also has some of the same utility factors as Quant for telecommunications and connecting the world. Yeah, I even without looking more further into it, just off the surface, right? In a 2022 bear market crypto winter, Telcoin was a really good performer. I remember consistently seeing that. PayPal is losing a lot of revenue. They need to be innovative. I mean, think about how many different companies have jumped the gun to do something bold to be innovative. Maybe PayPal finally gets their act together. If anything, we've already seen an introduction of that when they started listing a few different cryptos, on PayPal, that you can send and receive. They even have, if I'm not mistaken, a crypto wallet. I mean, it's not a lot, right? It kind of reminds me of, like, for instance, Robinhood back in 2021 when they only had like a few listed, right? But that's a great point as well. All right, let's go further down. PayPal is trash, according to Mike Cornwell, trying to steal wealth for not aligning with those in power. I'm out of PayPal. Well, you got to do what you got to do. I hear you on that. All right, Salamander, Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. The Disneyland trip is still on. That sounds like fun. I love Disneyland. I need to go. I'm gonna go Disney World, but I want to go there in the wintertime. I don't want to go there in the hot summertime and look like I just got taken a hot, sticky shower because of the humidity. All right, CryptoSmith, you are exactly where you are supposed to be, educating yourself on what's coming. Well, thank you for that. That's a true statement. All right, here's some of the top ones. XDC, XRP, Quant are going to be huge. Can't say it like Trump. Me too. All right, Salamander, forgot XLM. Yeah, well, it's okay. And apparently a lot of people did, right? That's why I don't make a lot of news. Bad joke, right? Anyway. We're going to get into some of that. We still have quite a bit. Almost 2 hours into all this. We still have 50 wonderful, beautiful people, as Larry would say here. Megan Richardson, no shill, buy ALBT, plus anyone left, better trade. Okay. Thank you for being here. Megan Richardson, we did have an announcement in regards to ALBT. It was at the beginning of the show. If you're just connecting, if you want to find out about that, you could definitely either rewind, or when the show's over, you just go back. And it's right towards the beginning. I mean, we welcome some people. So if you want the quick gist of what part that was, I think it was roughly about 17 or 20 minutes time frame into the show. We cover specifically that. All right, let's go further down. Wes, RA, what's happening on February 14th at 5 p.m.? According to Larry, and keep in mind, all right, it's not financial advice. All right, he is a crypto philosopher. So crypto philosophers cannot be sued. So according to Larry, the real true start of the bull run happens on Valentine's Day at 5 p.m. Eastern on Valentine's Day. And he's posted. Here's the thing. It may seem like, it's funny, but he has posted this since before last summer. Can anybody really remember what exact time? Was it before last summer? Was it in April, guys, when you guys first started watching us? Or was it right after, I don't know, May, after Terra Luna happened? When was it? Let me know, guys. I'd love to know if you happen to remember. Rayan states, Coochie Boy, laugh. I can't calculate. It's all right. Sean, I had Cypherium on my list and finally got, oh, you did get in. Nice. AUH, I don't know what the AUH is right now. Mass states, without the ladies, we wouldn't even be on this earth, but then they seem to talk to us to our grave too. Well, yeah. I ain't gonna say nothing right now. I don't want to get myself in trouble. So yeah. Maybe for another day. All right. Where XLM and H bar. Yep. We'll get into a little bit of some of that particular news. All right. CryptoSmith, Cypherium can do what XRP and XLM and Quant does. Wow. Made me pull up some Cypherium. So let's just get into, I know there's more comments, but let's get into that for just a brief moment. Cypherium. I have it on my list, but I'm just going to go ahead and type it real quick. CPH, microcap, apparently. Well, is it? Not really microcap. Anyway, ranked 3,246. Unconfirmed market cap of 26 million on CMC. Self-reported circulating supply is 540 million. Seriously? Am I reading this right? Max supply of, 8.428 billion. Interesting. Huh. So only 60% of that supply is out. That is interesting. I gotta watch your video later. I definitely will. Shout out to the Crypto Smith, aka Sean. All right, so let me go ahead and do the stop share on that. Kick it back into the comments for a brief bit. Tim, where did you buy Cypherum? You bought on MEXC? Cool. Tim and Mike, thank you very much. Check out Morpheus Labs when you get a chance. Yeah, it is on my list. I know that I remember a while back, I think you sent me a DM, Papa Mex, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for that. Moon, and then you'll cry if you don't get in, maybe. Max, you will want to get Cypherum if you look into it. All right. Well, you already guys are starting to kind of talk me into it already. I know that's not financial advice, but Rayan says, did you forget to like the show? Let me check. Yeah, guys, by all means, please like the show. It helps us to get out to more and more people. Mass states, because maybe his keyboards, maybe his caps lock key is broken, or he really is yelling, whatever the case be. It's okay. I'm just joking around. I got to have some fun with you, Max. You have fun with me in my Max debater. Don't forget to look at the AI tokens like FET, CAT, Order Chain, VXV, VRA, ALI, just to name a few. All right. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button. Nice, Larry. Thank you very much. Papa Max states, I listen to you guys in the morning when I drive to work. Hardest working guys on YouTube. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. We have been doing this grind every single day since like late April. It's been crazy. It's been quite the journey. Soccer Gino, woo, yes, thank you very much. We salute you, Larry. Welcome to the dark side. Yes, thank you. Everybody's welcome. You know, look at this. Yeah, there's all the congrats to Larry. That was a while ago, man. This is old. I'm way behind the comments. Yes, I know. The news, the small moves up, the little jumps, the new people coming, people starting to feel bullish. Let's just hope it keeps rolling. Evergrow will have its day. That's why I bought it, because I was just like, I don't know. I kept hearing things like, all you got to do is buy this, sit on it for a long freaking time. I don't know. I'm not too impressed so far, but I bought it as a gamble, and it is what it is. Not me flooding it. I see finally caved in and FOMO'd in. Not waiting for 27 cents anymore. Yep, there you go. Especially if the bull run is going to happen on February 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Eastern, right, Larry? Yeah. You got XRP at 18 cents, Coochie Boy. Coochie Boy's the man. You always talk about buying bottom. I remember that. That was one key thing you mentioned months ago. It was always buying the bottom. It looks like you did. Good job, Coochie Boy. A little bit of luck. Well, you know what? I had a little bit of luck in 2021. If I didn't have that luck, I wouldn't even be here with you guys. I wouldn't. That's the truth. Sean covers ISOs too. Recent videos on XRP and Cypherum are very bullish. Yep. And then, I know you guys are really into MMAI. He covers that quite a bit as well. Whatchamacallit? Waddy covers that. Daniel Gayton. Chaka. Anyway, Crypto Smith is live tomorrow morning. Live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. 5 p.m. Pacific. All right. Let me get a little bit further down. I'll read this particular one, and then I'll try to see the super chat. Sorry about that, Salamander. My bad again. All these poo coins I have are just bag loaders if they make moves for my XRP ISO 222. Good point. All right. I'll just read this and then I'll get to Salamander. Sorry about that. Have you heard about Quant's blockchain search engine SEEQ? SEEQ is a distributed search engine that is able to search and retrieve data from multiple blockchains, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, etc. No, but you know what? I did see something slightly mentioned about it, and I didn't have time to see that was SEEQ. I did see something a little bit. So I'm going to add that to my particular list because you know what? I do try to bring out quant info quite often. So I do thank you for that. You have just now been knighted as, here we go. You ready for it? Alden Taylor, I would like to welcome you to Crypto Talk Now. You have now been officially, with my back scratcher, you have now been officially knighted as Crypto Talk Now sideline reporter. Crypto Talk Now. Quant sideline reporter. Yes, it is my back scratcher NFT. Anyway, but thank you for that. I did write it down. Welcome to the dark side. Yes, thank you very much. Salamander states $2 super chat. Thank you, Salamander. Sorry I got late to it. 8:45. You sent that 15-minute wait. Oh, Max, get with the picture, right? Sorry about that, man. Red alert. Crypto Talk Now news. Larry just bought XRP. Yes, let's say it again. Maybe we could just pull this up just one more time. Let's just do it one more time, and then we'll kick into the news. I promise. You better do it, Max, because you know what? I got to go to a morning brunch in the morning with my I don't know, who would it be? Oh, with my bridge club. Is that even a thing anymore? Do people even do that anymore? Anyway, let me get right into it. So, oh, this is going to be good. This. Excuse me. All right, here we go. One more time, just for Salamander, right? Here we go. Welcome. If you're now just tuning in, this is Crypto Talk Now live. Breaking news. Larry of Crypto Talk Now has officially bought XRP. Yes, Ripple's XRP, because he understands that he is going to miss out on that on-demand liquidity. This is massive. For many, many months, since October 31st, he promised that he would buy XRP on October 31st of 2022 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and it didn't happen. Week after week, day after day, he promised that he would buy XRP, but it never happened. Month after month, everybody's waiting. Max, this is the time. Max puts out a freaking thumbnail, and it basically shows Larry David, and it says, buy XRP unless you're Larry, but it didn't happen. Day after day, super chat to super chat, people shilling their particular dog crap coins, but still, day after day, it never happened. Will Larry buy his XRP? Well, after all this time, mark it on your calendar at officially February 3rd at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Larry officially purchased XRP by using his trust wallet by activating the Pancake Swap. Wow. All right. That wasn't planned to go all that far out, but glad to do it for you guys. All right. Larry buying XRP is bigger than the moon landing. Oh, that cracked me up, Sean. Thank you very much for that. Yes, February 14th, 2023. Guys, February 3rd, 2023, Larry finally bought XRP. Yes. Anyone still doubling down ALBT with the new tokens? That's a good question. And he bought Quant, guys. He's finally with us on Quant. Yes. Utility doesn't care about market cap. Thank you very much, Crypto Smith. I'm a late bloomer. Oh, that's hilarious, Larry. That's awesome, man. By the way, when are the new ALBT minted? I don't have an answer to that. They stated that they are in the works of creating that that scheme. I don't want to use that word scheme. That sounds bad, but the token scheme to make the new ones. I've heard other reports from the community that should be sometime next week, but I don't want to make this a Saitama moment of under promising and over delivering. I do not work for ALBT, but anytime we get some news about it, you'll see it either on the live or you'll see a recorded video. We promise that we'll definitely keep it up, keep you guys up to date with that. We promise also not to get you into a dog crap coin and basically be paid to promote these dog crap coins. And then when they come out with a V2, we don't even bother updating the communities in that regard. Never mind. I'm not going to go that route. Yeah, Max is still bitter about his Clifford. And yes, you're darn right I'm bitter about it. But anyway, let's get further down. Larry, I'm happy you bought one XRP. Yeah, let me go to Pancake Swap and let me swap some of my crypto dust for one XRP. That could have very well happened, right? I agree. That's crazy stuff. Party will be at Larry's house. Yeah. Yeah, party at Larry's house. Hey, Shanae. Hey, girlfriend. Let's go to Larry's. Got the XRP. I don't even know why I mentioned Shanae. Why would I mention Shanae for Martin? I have no clue. But you know what? I'm happy for Larry. That's awesome. What happened, Ryan? Did your favorite football lose or something? Why so negative? Oh, I didn't know he's native. It's just text. Boxtron. Too bad. Let me get a drink. Excuse me. Too bad. What happened to a great company? Still great. Will double down. Depends on price. Yes. Good point. Second bag at what? 35 cents maybe? Yeah. Maybe now you can finally DCA. But I mean, if the bull run happens on February 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Eastern, how is that DCA going to work out? Ryan, I swear I have no idea. Just curious. Oh. Yeah, look at, oh my God, XRP crashing, kick out the price. All right, let me take a look. Let's see what's going on. Let me see. XRP, 0.54%. Yeah, anyway. All right, Tim Shea, Bach, I think they will be fine. I just want to see it play out. By the way, welcome, Cool Cat. I meant to welcome you earlier. Haha, just kidding. Yeah, well, I already checked it. Damn you, Cool Cat. Anyway, everybody's welcome. Triple C in the house. Cool Cat, you may, if you didn't see it, Larry finally bought XRP. We even did a whole little spiel about it. All right. Slow down. I got something to say. Slow down, Tiger. Larry already talking about buying another bag of XRP. Yeah, geez. Pacing around all day wanting to buy XRP. We do still have I know. We'll get to that, I swear. OCX is a great one. Crypto on PayPal, you don't own your keys, but your crypto is stuck in their ecosystem. You can't share. Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, Larry H bar, my property. How about this before I get back into the news? What happened, Larry? You bought XRP and H bar. Did you have an argument with the Mrs. My Guy? Wife changing investments? Jeez. All right. Tim Shea says June 7th at the 3 p.m. show is when Larry made the prediction. Man, I love Tim Shea. I mean, he is so on top of things. I mean, whatever company you work for, if you own your own business, whatever the case be, I mean, they got to give you like a raise, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you do own your company. My bad. All right. Awesome. We'll have to go back to some old videos then. That is super cool, Tim. Right on, man. All right. Boxtron, I get a big bag of Stratas. Cool. That's one I'm looking to get into as well. I added more H-bar. Nah, my girl needs to learn crypto still. Yeah. All right. All right. So we got lots of problems. Here's another, or good problems. Max just tagged you in a post. All right. I'll take a look into it, and we'll kick it into the our coverage. More coverage. All right. Let's get into that. Crypto McDizzle tagged me. So what is it? Let's see what it is. 2 minutes ago, it says. 2 minutes ago. Saturday live stream. Let's talk about the metaverse. No, that's not the one. Or is that the one? No, that's Sean's. Well, that's good too. Yeah, but by all means, guys, check out Sean's live stream tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, an hour before our show. All right, let me share this. I do see the one you tagged me on now. So here it is. I think this is the right one. Oh boy. Yeah, it is. All right. I'll just share it as a tab. All right. Shout out to Mike Cornwell. Thank you for the super chat. Crypto Talk Now, sideline reporter. ISO 222. Let's do it. Big Bang equals migration weekend for all financial institutions. GPEP/CHAPS. Oh, I remember these. On the UK in June of 2023. What's a specific what is specific to the ISO 222 adoption by the Target 2 system. Yes, the Target 2 system in itself is something that we should pay more attention to. A few months ago, we talked about this whole thing that was going to happen with the Target 2 system. Glad you brought this up. So it says in March of 2023, the ECB will unite and centralize its instant payments, tips, real-time gross settlements, RTGs, and security settlements, T2S systems. One of the key changes introduced with this consolidation project is the migration of the messaging format to ISO 222. This is good stuff, Mike. Thank you for this, man. I'm going to retweet this real quick. I'm going to read it all. Don't worry. All right, so here we go. The new T2 platform will be implemented with a big bang approach, meaning that there will be one migration weekend for all financial institutions. Ooh, this is the hot, juicy stuff. Participating on the platform. An extensive test approach must assure a smooth migration in the weekend of the 20th/21st of November. As of March 2023, the new T2 platform will be fully operational. Oh, so that basically states this: reclip it, repackage it, whatever you want to do. This, for the most part, the way I'm interpreting it, is this confirms that the mandate will happen and it's not going to be delayed again. That's just the way I'm interpreting it. Maybe somebody else wants to interpret it a different way. This is huge. There's more information, of course. You go to the Target 2 site and so on. Wow. So if anything, we are really preparing for March. Of course, we had a delay from November to March of 2023, March 20th specifically. But like it says, in the weekend of March 20th/21st, I'm going to look at this real quick. Let's go further into the future. So let me pull this down. I know you can't see this right now, but all right. So March 20th happens to be on a Monday. So they're stating an extensive test approach must assure smoother migration in the weekend of the 20th, 21st. It says November, but I don't know if that's a typo. As of March 2023, the new T2 platform will be fully operational. So it's going to be very interesting times. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, that's less than 2 months away. Really something else. All right. Thank you for that, Mike. Really appreciate it. All right. I'm going to double check the comments just real quick. Switch flipping event. Yeah, it just seems like that's what's going on. That's crazy. All right, at 27 XRP bag for Larry. Wow, like the Berlin Wall falling. Yeah, more monumental than all those particular historical events. Coochie Boy, that's why Tim Shea is the crypto commissioner. Yes, I agree. I couldn't agree more. Very well said. Slips Mike a quadruple dose of colon blow laxative to pay him back for slipping edibles in the cat food. Oh boy. All right, yep. Fam fading out. Time for bed. Good night. I understand, man. Yeah, we kind of have some extended coverage. Cash, I see you real active. If you're still here, I see you really active in the comments on the recorded. You're really doing a good job of supporting us. Don't think that stuff that flies under the radar. I don't notice. I notice everything when it comes to what happens here at CTN. Thank you, man. You have a good night. All right, I'm still with you guys. Must switch flip. All right, so let's get back into some of the news. Approaching 60 wonderful people here tonight. If you haven't hit the like, please do so. And just in case you need a visualization, like maybe you're in front of the dinner table with your family or whatever the case be, and you need a visualization, Max, give me the visualization. Well, here's the visualization that you're looking for. Lionel Richie. Boom. Please smash the like. Thank you very much. All right. Let's get more into it. I'm going to highlight this particular one. And Cypherium working with FedNow, another teaser for you. Ooh, that is a nice teaser. Jeez, because I did report that. I did some videos in the past in regards to FedNow. All right, here we go. We talked a little bit about some of the XRP from earlier. let me see where we're at right now. Oh, this is the hot, juicy stuff. I want to give you a little bit more. This is something else. This is a demo. If you haven't seen this, let me go ahead and share this. If you're just tuning in, boy, it was a great time for you to tune in. We got some really, really juicy info for you in regards to what you're seeing right here. Breaking demo. Breaking. Last night in Tokyo. Yes, Tokyo. I wonder if they know how we live in Tokyo. Yeah, I know. Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Senior Solidity Engineer who is at JOOSKO, who is Philip Kaprivich, right? He's a mathematician / programmer. Yeah, listen to this, guys. A Flare. Hear me out. If you haven't seen this, you need to see this. I already reviewed this earlier. So he reserved an NFT on Flare Network, for example, and he paid what in XRP on the XRPL. And listen to this. He's says, and state connector gives payment proof. So minting takes place. That's the key thing here. So minting takes place. If you're wanting to have an understanding of why this is important or significant, is because what you're going to see in this particular demo, because they break down how, give you the proof of the minting that happened and how it took place. I thought it was pretty cool because, I mean, Flare is very, very new, as we know, and it's nice to see an actual NFT demo of how this all went. This is a little over 2 minutes. We'll come back for some more either XRP or XLM news. I don't know if this is the last part of XRP, but whatever the case be, we still have a lot of hot news for you. Here we go.
My name is Philip. I'm a developer at Flare, and now we will see how the FTSO system and the state connector can be used to bridge data from external blockchains directly on Flare and use it there. Okay, so let's say that we're buying an NFT that is worth $78, but we're not buying it on Flare, we're not paying for it with USD, we're going to pay for it on some external chain and transfer this information to Flare with State Connector. So for our example, we will use XRP. We select XRP, and the Flare FTSO system automatically gets us the correct price in XRP. So we sign the transaction, we see we're making it on XRP ledger, and this is just a normal EVM transaction. Now we're going to leave the Flare ecosystem and make the payment for our NFT, but we're going to do this on an XRP ledger. So we again sign the transaction using Bifrost wallet, but this time we're not doing the transaction on Flare, but we're paying with almost 200 XRPs on the XRP ledger. Okay, so we've paid for our NFT on an XPR ledger. The only thing we need to do now is to bridge this information from XRP ledger to Flare and know that we paid this and prove it on Flare. The API will then return the full information connected to this request. And this is again done on Flare network signed by Bifrost. We now wait for the state connector to confirm this. And now we obtain the proof that our transaction was confirmed in the state connector from our local attestation provider. This proof contains all necessary information for the NFT contract that we can prove that the transaction was correct and really included. The transaction is signed and an NFT is minted on Flare. And think again, we reserved an NFT on Flare, paid for it on the XRP ledger, and finally proved that the payment on XRP ledger was made, and thus minting the NFT.
It was super cool to actually see a live demo of that happening. And I know, a lot of you guys are very gung-ho about Flare. I also realize, we haven't done a deep dive into Flare yet. I'm just going to double check my research notes. I'm going to add that just in case. I have a bulletin board in the back as well, but that one is all filled up with what we got to cover. But yeah, glad to share that with you guys. Thought that was pretty cool. We do have some more particular coverage for you tonight. Some really big news in regards to a particular XLM connection. You're not going to want to miss that. Cool Cat states, MaGBX keeps inching up and up. All right. Thanks for letting us know. And also Mike holds it as well. Good to see you guys. Your GBX is doing well for you guys. I went ahead and highlight this while we were playing that video, but I want to recognize it again. Bobby Lorette. Hopefully, I'm pronounced that right, or maybe it's Loretti. Glad to have stumbled upon this channel. Been watching a week or so, really digging the content news. Thank you for even taking the time to type that and stopping by to do so. Really, really appreciate it. I want to go ahead and welcome you. We have a very welcoming community, as you probably have seen for the last week or so. We appreciate that you appreciate the content, obviously, in the news. We'd also like to know, for instance, what are the key things that you hold, why you're excited about, and so on. But I want to state this, Bobby. I, of course, want to welcome you, but we have it's kind of like a policy, but you don't have to necessarily do it. And that is, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. And if anything, it helps us identify you a lot more easier because you're able to put like an avatar / picture to a name. But guys, let's welcome Bobby. If you haven't done so already, it was really nice for him to take the time to stop by and comment. All right, CryptoSmith says, welcome, Bobby. Thank you for doing that, Sean. Cool Cat says, Flare is supposed to be the bee's knees. Well, here's why I want to know, Cool Cat. Do you like Flare? Do you believe in it? Or is it something that you're like, I don't know. All right. Yeah, no problem, Bobby. Let me kick it into some more of our particular news coverage. So, if anything, here's a little bit more. I love to do visualizations. It's something I do as when I was teaching, whether it's kids, grown-ups, you name it, right? People like to have a visualization. So here you go. Let me go ahead and share that in a way so you can see it. Look at the breakdown of this, right? So it says XRP will upgrade the new blockchain-based financial system. We know this, but look at this. Look at what you see right here. So it mentions what's going on for today. We have, for instance, GBP, right? Great Britain's, pound. You have, for instance, some of these other particular countries. Was it Japan, Brazil, Europe? European Union. Some of these other ones, right? U.S. dollar, euro, and then, for instance, XRP. XRP is a bridge currency. Bridge currency is the key thing here. It's just nice to kind of just get a visual on it, right? It may just seem so basic, but sometimes it's better to have a visual representation of how that can be, right? All right, a little bit more in regards to our particular coverage. I want to show you guys just a little bit more. It might be XLM. Give me just a second. No, it's not. This is a little bit more in regards to XRP. I'm going to share it for you can hear it. This is kind of funny, but at the same time, it's educational. You got to hear this. Obviously, the guy didn't really have a phone call with Brad Garlinghouse, but he did a very well put together video of this. So when I was going on crypto Twitter, I saw this. I was like, this. I reviewed it. I was like, yeah, I got to share this with the guys. It's only 1 minute, but listen to this. It says, just got off the phone with BG, as in Brad Garlinghouse. You need to hear this. I asked him to explain the difference between XRP and a stable coin. All right. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of people are stating that, XLM is a future stable coin. No, we're talking about, the 1-1 ratio of stable coins, right? There's all sorts of different forms of stable coins. But anyway, I'm going to give this guy a follow because if anything, I thought this was really cool, like how he's putting some of this together. Here at Crypto Talk Now, it's not just about, the news and so on. We do try to give you guys a sense of entertainment as well, but this is educational and it's also entertaining at the same time. It's about a minute. We'll come right back.
Hey Brad, sorry to bother you. I'm just recording. Can you please explain the difference between a stable coin and XRP to my audience, please?
A stable coin like USDC, for example, that Coinbase and Circle have done, I think that is interesting in mitigating volatility, but you still have to go from dollar to peso, right? So at some point you have a bridge. Somebody has to bridge that. And in effect, what Ripple's doing is let's make XRP the most efficient, the most liquid, and the easiest to bridge by selling effectively connectors on both ends, selling APIs to allow people to connect to both ends of that. If we have hundreds of banks interconnected to use XRP for that, I think that bodes well for the liquidity of XRP.
liquidity. Hence why that liquidity hub was just released. Makes sense. So you're basically saying that XRP can hit $100.
I mean, that's what I believe. I think different people believe different things. That's okay.
It was well timed. Well timed. That was cool. It's nice to have a little bit of entertainment, to say the least. But it's educational at the same time. Glad to share that with you guys. Before we kick it into a little bit more, a few comments that we have, I want to show you guys a little bit more in regards to some of this. I'm just letting this load up. So here is the thing I was talking about earlier in regards to XLM, and the reason why I want to state this before I share this, I'm going to zoom in to bring it to you, just kind of talk to you just for a brief moment. Hold on a second. Your screen can't. All right, never mind. It's a little bit of delay. All right, so a while back, I talked about Stellar's new aid initiative, and everything. I was talking about the whole thing with what they got going on with Ukraine. Larry even talked a little bit about it. He did a video as well as a follow-up. So we both have been on board with this whole thing. I'm like, all right, not too shabby. You want to see good things happen there. You want to see good things happen everywhere in the world, right? XLM is definitely standing out in that regard. But check out this, for instance. And before I introduce it to you, I want to state this. So before the war in Ukraine, the Ukraine in itself was at roughly 12% adoption for the population in crypto, where compared to like the likes of the United States, about 4 or 5%, so somewhere in that particular range. Since the war, it's even increased on that adoption. There's even that much more want and need for the likes of crypto. Watch what you're going to see right here, because it's really, really something else. It really will open your eyes. You're not going to hear specific terms about necessarily like XLM and so on, but again, you can definitely connect the dots, to say the least. I'm going to go ahead and share it in a way for you to hear it. We'll come back into the comments here briefly, and I want to know what you guys think about it here in a little bit. So it says Ukraine to become part of the European Union. No, obviously not NATO, but the European Union, right? It says documents prove this. And he does have an outline to support these particular claims. Ukraine will also become, here's the key thing as far as the connection here, a digital hub. And I believe that as well. I cover this in a deep dive in regards to the new aid initiative. That is why they've been flooded with war money. Now, some people, of course, I don't want to get in the whole controversy about Zelensky and so on. I don't know if he's a bad player behind the scenes. I don't know what the case is. That's part of my own research. Again, part of yours is so on. But I will state this. This is really, really huge, because I feel as though I could connect the dots, if you will, when it comes to the likes of XLM. This is 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Yeah, it's being presented by a guy dressed like Spider-Man, but that's not the point. Listen to the message and see on your screen what he has for us. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. Then we'll kick it back in the comments. Here we go.
Still loading? Okay. We'll keep going. So here we go. This is what I find. Did it load up? No, it didn't load up. This is what I find very, very intriguing here, folks. So this here is the National Council for Recovery of Ukraine from the consequences of the war. This is a draft Ukraine recovery plan. Now, remember when I said to take note of the EU? I'm going to tie that into this now. Materials of the Digitalization Working Group. This is from July 2022. As we read some of the contents here, stage, the wartime economic and institution, all for the victory. Okay. Short-term activity from June 2022 until the end of 2022. So some of those are development, I'll let you see them, of public e-services, public e-services, we'll get into that. Institution of development of the DIA centers, DIIA centers. That's these guys right here. They're one of the biggest companies in Ukraine. Development of public electronic registers. Post-war reconstruction of Ukraine's infrastructure is taking place with the help and based on open data. Here is where it gets interesting. down here. Modernization stage. They already have this whole thing planned out, huh? Structural modernization and complete integration into the EU. Ukraine will become a part of the EU. I spoke to my buddy today. He's Ukrainian. And I wasn't too sure if Ukraine was part of the EU. I wasn't too sure what they were a part of. But he confirmed to me today that they're not a part of the EU. But according to this sheet here, post-war, Ukraine will be integrated into Ukraine. Ukraine will be integrated into EU. So
again, you combine what he said, and then on top of that, go back. You're welcome to, look into the particular deep dive video. The one that says the New Age Initiative got over 5,100 views. I mean, there's a lot to be said with what's going on with Stellar and specifically the Ukraine. And when I saw that, I was just like, oh boy, really wanted to break it out to you guys and so on. On top of that, we have a little bit more to cover. I think that was the only thing. Oh, we have one more for XLM. So I'm not really a big conspiracy theorist type guy, but when I see things like that, like this, that you're going to see right here, it helps me recognize like, this is why some of these particular people share this type of content, if you will. Give me a second to share this. So look at this. All right. I'm not saying this is necessarily is or isn't, but it does make you think. It comes from The Economist. I don't know what particular issue this was. Maybe this was a long time ago. I don't know. I wish I could zoom in a little bit more. But look at this. It says, get ready for a world currency. Remember how I said basically that I felt as though if I had to pick one cryptocurrency to become the world currency, if you will, world cryptocurrency, I said it'd be XLM. To me, that would make the most sense, especially when it comes to the, the peer-to-peer payments, right? I'm going to pay Joe. I'm going to pay, Jill, whoever, right? This guy, that guy, you name it. Look what it says. Let's not forget Stellar, the People's Retail Network. Great statement. The retail network, right? The retail money, the peer-to-peer. But look at the symbol you have there, right? Literally looks very, very much like Stellar's. Not identical. I'm not trying to, make it be crazy conspiracy. I mean, this right here is dated 2018, if I'm not mistaken, from The Economist. This guy says it's an Atom logo, but okay. But when you look at Atom's, Cosmos, it's not the same. So just throwing that out. And then you compare it to the likes of the Stellar logo. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not the case, but I did want to point out, I thought it was quite interesting. No, I'm not trying to take a dollar bill and fold it in a way which shows, for instance, the Twin Towers or wherever the case be, right? Or, look at the top left corner of, the back of the dollar bill. It has the Bohemian Grove owl. No, I'm not saying that. But it does make you wonder when you see some of these things, the timeline and so on. Some of you guys have stated in the past, was this all orchestrated? Was it all planned? And then you put together, for instance, the World Economic Forum, Mr. Klaus Schwab, the Great Reset. I'm just saying, I mean, it definitely makes you want. I'm not saying that this is, I know for a fact, because I don't know for a fact. But if anything, it's really interesting. That is a fact. There's no denying how interesting it is. I mean, I'm going back and forth. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, some people say, well, there's two of them there. I know. I get it. But anyway, glad to share that with you guys. We have some more particular news. It won't be XLM. I think that was the last bit of XLM. I think the next part of the news is going to be LCX, the Liechtenstein Exchange. Thank you for Danke. Danke, mein Oberst. Guten Tag. Thank you for joining us at Crypto Talk Now. Anyway, let me see. I think I have quite a few comments to catch up into. People welcoming Bobby. Thank you for doing that. Cheers to Bobby. XR Prisoner. My GBEX app just released itself with my 10 billion staked. Nice. Thank you for being here, XRP prisoner or XR prisoner. I don't think I've seen you before. Maybe I have. I don't know, but I don't recognize you. So I'd like to welcome you guys. Let's welcome XR prisoner. All right. Salutations, Bobby, and welcome. Still some trying to get it back as it happened for no reason. Okay. Triple C says GBEX is so good it stakes itself. XR prisoner. He got some in his descent wallet. Be careful. The GBEX app. If you can move it now. Move it now. Do it. All right. Bobby says, thanks everyone for being so welcoming. You're very welcome. Glad to see people doing that. No problem if you got to go. I understand, but hopefully you'll stick around. Okay, XR prisoner. Good to know. I keep all mine in my descent. All right. My Doge chain, your DC has done between 13 and 20% a week for 7 weeks straight. Wow. That's awesome, man. That Doge chain. My Volt. Yes. I'm glad to see you guys doing well. KuCoin doesn't have US option. They used to. Long time ago, like over 2 years ago. I believe they did originally. But yeah, you're right. It did change. It probably is on other. I have to double check it myself. But yeah, thanks for reporting that. I know KYC issues. I didn't have no issues either. And as much as I thought I was going to have KYC issues with the update for Coinbase, it was smooth. It wasn't even that big of a deal. This was dating back, was it last August? They put out that notice saying that you have to do new KYC. It was literally one question. It wasn't even that big of a deal. It's for sure Saturn. Stellar logo is Saturn. Elites worship Saturn. Everything Saturn. Could be. I don't know, man. All right, QNT and Render. Yeah, I'm aware of Render. I've been seeing it more in the news. We cover quant quite often. Vatican Life, I haven't seen you here before. Welcome. If you want quant coverage, we cover quant literally every day, recorded, live, you name it. Thanks for being here. Consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more of who you are and what you're about, even if it's the Vatican City, if you want. It'll be able to quickly identify you. Guys, let's welcome Vatican Life. All right. I know we're about 2 hours and 37 minutes into the show. We do have a little bit more coverage in regards to what we have here tonight for you. It is LCX. There's an update I want to share with you guys real quick. Here it is. And if anything, check this out. Brief update. And here it is. It states, this was, of course, on February 2nd. We talked a little bit about this. But if anything, I'll try to reiterate it. So yesterday, if you didn't see this, it says, attention users, we're experiencing a technical issue on their platform. Please refrain from initiating any action until a formal announcement was basically made. Thank you for your patience, yada, yada. Short update of the community. They're experiencing huge demand on their systems at capacity. A little bit more from yesterday. Our tech team is handling additional demand and scaling. And of course, today, there's this particular update. It states, update, maintenance upgrades have been completed successfully. Thank you for your patience and assistance. Now you can continue with all your trading operations on the Liechtenstein exchange. Now I want to, of course, report that because I did get a couple DMs and people were like, saying crazy stuff like, is it because I live in the United States? And I was like, really? I don't think they would do that. But when I double checked it, it's just because, it's supply and demand. I mean, there's, good problems, right? So there you go. Maintenance upgrades complete. Everything's good to go. Nothing to see here. All right. Let's get more further into our particular coverage. So we're kicking into XDC. Listen to this. Time to put some XDC on fire. Stasis deployed the largest Euro stable coin, which is the euros, on, for instance, the XDC network to boost Web3 payments. We reported this, of course, a while back, last December. And I did somewhat of a deep dive on it. But I want to reiterate this because it's important, right? With all the talk of stable coins, you have to understand what Stasis brought to the table of being the largest Euro stable coin. And it was built on what? The XDC network, right? So, it was nice to see that. Even the Digital Pound Foundation, obviously, we know that Gilbert Verdian is tied into the Digital Pound Foundation. It states, for instance, 9 hours ago, Euro E, right? So this is a little bit more of an update from what we reported back in December. So Euro E, if you're not aware of it, states hopefully brings more regular people to DeFi who were previously unable to or worried about the volatility of cryptocurrencies, according to Juha Vitala, who's the CEO and membrane of finance. Euro stablecoin launched in Finland claims to be the first approved in the European Union, and that is really, really significant. So it's nice to see this. We, of course, reported this. This is more of an update in regards to this. If you want to see the particular previous video, simply go to the video section, and I have this in that video section. And if anything, maybe by the end of the video, there'll be a card where you could just click on it. But anyway, check it out for yourself. Pretty cool to see this particular update in regards to stasis. Shout out to XDC. All right. Now, finally, for the GBEX info news update, right? A little bit more connected to the whole thing of XDC and so on. So you got a lot of you guys are big on Globians, right? GBEX. You're always like my duck sauce, my GBEX, my kitty litter, or whatever the case be, right? Globians Exchange now officially is listed on Coin Codex, right? If you're wondering about Coin Codex, they are a complete cryptocurrency market coverage with real-time coin prices, charts, and crypto market cap featuring over 19,000 coins on more than 400 exchanges. States, huge step for the GBEX fam and many more listings to come in the future. Looking great seeing Globians featured like this. And, let me know what you guys think. I'm going to blow this up for you. So, I think it was Mike Cornwall you're talking about, for instance, your DC. So you have, for instance, one of the top gainers recently was DC slash, with the pairing of US DG, 11.29%. Then you have, for instance, some of these other pairings that you see here, for instance, USDG paired with GBEX, heck, even XDC with GBEX. Pretty cool stuff. Let's get a little more into it. In regards to Coin Codex, it states the Globians cryptocurrency exchange recorded, listen to this, guys, 10.21 million in trading volume over the last 24 hours. USDG slash BTC pairing is currently the most active trading pair on Globians and saw 1.43 million in trading volume in the last 24 hours. The biggest gainer on Globians today is that Doge chain slash DC slash USDG, which increased by 11.29% on the day. The worst performing pair on Globians is currently USDG slash GBEX, which saw roughly about 4.27% drop. On Globians, you can currently trade 17 trading pairs across 5 markets. Here's a representation of some of the volume that happened, so on. I saw this and I thought, a lot of you guys talk about GBEX. Thought I'd report on it. Glad to bring it to you. And if anything, that was actually technically speaking yesterday's news, but it's GBEX. And any positive news, I'm sure you guys like to hear it. So there you go. A little bit more in regards to some of our coverage before we kick it back into the comments. And we're going to kick it into HBAR. Give me just a second to do so. And I want to show you guys this because I thought it was pretty impressive and it's newsworthy. Let me just go ahead and take a moment to pull it up. And here you go. So it says, this comes, of course, from Max Walker Williams. I'm actually going to follow this particular person because I like some of his HBAR tweets. So it says, I can't wait for you to see this interview. And you guys will get to it in just a bit. But listen to this. Zenobia Zeg, right? Who is this particular person on the bottom right? She's a storyteller, the founder of Zeg. She went to Stanford. She's a 49ers cheerleader. Interesting. But anyway, she's into crypto. Listen to this. She's very knowledgeable and engaging. Don't think, we laughed this hard in the interview. It's good stuff. Anyway, some of you guys recognize this guy on the left, but listen to what is mentioned specifically when it comes to this thing with HBAR. This was taken from Davos, which of course this whole thing is over with, but the World Economic Forum hosts this. But let's listen to this. It's only 42 seconds, and then we'll come right back and get back into the comments. Here we go.
But anything specific that you think we need to do more of that, or we need to do less of that? Is there anything you can think of?
So I think last year our gut told us not to do all the things that people were screaming at us to do. Why aren't you branding a stadium?
Yeah.
Why aren't you paying $10 million to this sports team to be co-branded with them?
Yeah.
Is that a good use of...
What's the ROI?
And are you going to be really ready to let your child go?
Every Saturday night. I love you, kids. Sorry.
Right?
I'd be doing my job if we didn't talk about HBAR's price.
Sure.
So what do you think the value of one HBAR is? But anything specific that you think we need to do more of that? Or
it was kind of funny. I thought I'd share with you guys. Anyway, let's get it back into the comments. We do have, before we get back into it, hold on a second, a little bit more from HBAR. Yeah, we do. But nonetheless, I want to get back to the comments because I want to raise a few more. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle, McDizzle for show. Volt has a 50% 1 hour candle. Nice. Let's take a moment to recognize what's going on with that. So Volt. All right. Excuse me. Here we go. Here's some Volt. So it's currently up 24%. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's CMC. But let me see if we can switch this to the candle chart. Hold on a second. It's looking pretty interesting. It is looking pretty interesting. So thanks for pointing that out, Mike. And yeah, that's nice momentum to see the least. Some not very mean things to say right there, but anyway, yeah, very, very interesting. We'll see what happens by probably tomorrow when you do come back with the show. But thanks for reporting that, Mike. And let's kick it back into the comments. You feel it? Awesome. Do you feel it? Shib, the ISOs. It's it all of it. All right. Crypto McDizzle. Retail may fire off before utility, then I can feed my ISO 222 bags with trash gains. I don't know about that. That might be where hold on. Retail may fire off before utility. Oh, well, maybe I didn't read that right. Then I could, well, good point. We'll see. A good strategy. For shizzle, do the same. Oh, you do the same? Cool. Blackwood, I still can't get my ID verification finished. Big problem with all exchanges. Ooh. No matter how clear the image, I dread every time when I have to KYC. You know what? I have dealt with something like this in the past. So I want to state this, and I hope this helps you, and I want to help you any way I can. So a while back, I had to get a different driver's license. Yeah, it sucked. So the one I had, it was clear, but for whatever reason, it just, some kind of light hit it the wrong way, right? It was the lighting. And then I cleared up all the lighting, and then I was just like, maybe it's just too old of a car. So now I have a separate driver's license that I don't even touch. Like, I don't even carry it around town, nothing. I literally call it my crypto driver's license for KYC, because I never wanted to have that problem again, ever. Yeah, does it suck to have to shell out the extra money and get a license and so on? Yeah, my current license, you should see it. Like, I'm literally age 18, right? I'm 41 right now. I'm 42 in May. My license, my state license, Arizona, doesn't expire until 2045 or something like that. So I'm still going to rock with it. And part of it's faded, all that stuff. But yeah, with the new license, I had no problems, but it just became a consistent problem. It was a problem on KuCoin. It was a problem on, I think, even crypto.com. There was another place, I forgot what it was. Maybe it was Kraken. Maybe it was Kraken. Anyway, it just kept happening. And I was like, to heck with this. This has to be the case. And it was the case. So, I'm not guaranteeing that's going to help you, but that helped me. And I never had any problems since. And that was roughly a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that. So take it as you will. Actually, it was close to 2 years now I think about it. All right, let's read this. LC exchange, you mean? Ooh. See that? Okay, that thing I can't vouch for that because I have not bought anything on the LCX exchange yet, but I have gotten reports in regards to the whole thing with being based in the US. Like for instance, there's this one guy in the comments who stated he wanted to buy Leo X, and I couldn't blame him. But when they found out, he's US based, it was like, forget about it. They're like, yeah, you're trying to buy from freaking United States of America. Go back to Jersey, you bum. I mean, it was horrible. All right. DCR 135, agreed. McDizzle. Look up Dogechain 1 week candles. Oh boy. Dogecoin 1 week candles. Well, only because it's you, Mike. Only because it's you. No, I'm kidding. I would probably do it for some of the other guys. All right, DC 1 week candles. Hold on. Let me present this in a way you can see it. All right. All right, so 1 week candles. Trading view. 1 week. Here we go. All right, here's the 1 week. Oh man, it has been a nice back and forth swing trades. Literally, I mean, you don't even have to be a super financial or technical analysis person to recognize that. Is this what you're talking about? The nice steady back and forth, like take some profits, buy the dip, take some profits, buy the dip, take some profits. That's a pretty nice swing trade, man. No wonder you're pointing this out. Not too bad. Well, thanks for sharing that, Mike. Yeah, that's like, yeah, man. Maybe this is why you're so gung-ho about Dogechain. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. I mean, opportunity, right? Well, I mean, even if it's the meme coin, I'm not a big fan of meme coins, but I mean, if there's opportunity there, maybe I should look more into that. I don't know. I have to see the tokenomics and some other things, but if I'm not mistaken, you have this on Crapmart, aka Bitmart, right? Yeah. All right. I think you do have it on Bitmart. All right. Thank you for that, Mike. That means I got tons of free GBEX, says Cool Cat, with higher volume. Nice. Vatican Life. If Bitcoin hit 100,000 next bull run, ETH may hit 9K. Yeah. To 10K. What about Quant? With $70 billion market cap, Quant could hit 5K. You thought, yeah, I'm with you 100%. And then some. I think that is more than achievable, and then some. That is honestly my thoughts. We've been pretty consistent about that. I think, if anything, that's even lowballing it, to say the least. I have it much, much higher than that. A lot of people are not with me with that. I'm okay with that. But there's a lot of people who are with me on that, who have researched Quant quite a bit. I'm incredibly bullish on Quant. It's in my top 3. Thanks for that. Cool Cat's still in the house. And he states he's got a happy face. Sorry about that. My page reloaded. Lots of burn in GBEX. Oh, yes. 4% on every buy and sell with GBEX. 2% is burn and 2% goes to GBEX holders. That is pretty nice. That's nice tokenomics is what that is. I don't know. I don't know if I get into GBEX, but I mean, that in itself sounds pretty impressive because here's the thing, right? I know a lot of you guys, some of you guys like, for instance, Shinja. Some of you don't. But I mean, I don't look at GBEX like a meme token. But let's face it, with what you're mentioning here, it kind of reminds me of how originally, I don't know how the tokenomics are, obviously, after the V2 of Shinja. But that kind of reminds me of how it originally was. Like when they first came out, they had that whole thing going on. And it's very, very similar. That's attractive. And it's not a meme token. So, all right, Coochie Boy, we are certainly more prepared to catch any crypto this next run. No crypto can hide. We are on platforms and exchanges. We're crypto assassins. They cannot hide. I like that. Thanks, Coochie Boy. Cody Core's in the house. Howdy, y'all. Good to see Coochie Boy. VAIOT is going strong, says Mass. Well, just for you, I'll try to pull that up. All right. I'm going to change my name to Max Debater, but I'll at least try to pull that up for you. What is it called again? VAIOT. All right. Hold on a second, man. Hold on. VAIOT. Yeah. Wow. All right. I'll go ahead and add that to my watch list. Let's see what's going on with this. All right. You're sitting at, for instance, $31 or 31. What am I saying? I've gone so long on the show that I'm saying things that I'm not supposed to be saying. You wish it went to $31.78 a coin, right? Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now, VAIOT, who's got the highest market cap of all. No, okay. Yeah, it's up 31.78%, sitting at close to 15 cents. Confirmed market cap, that's cool, 29 million. Volume is up 133%. Don't know nothing about it, but I'll pull it up for you for just a brief moment. Hold on a second. All right, VAIOT, intelligent service powered by the first VFAA regulated digital asset. AI developed in cooperation with IBM. That already makes me want to look into it in itself. VAIOT offers a portfolio of blockchain-based AI assistants and on-chain intelligent contracts for businesses and consumers to provide automated services and transactions faster, easier, and affordable. Oh, let's get into everything. Right when you think that you just narrowed it down and you're comfortable with what you have, then there's things like this. Good problems, I guess, right? See our tech. All right, it's a VFAA regulated token. I think you mentioned this a few days ago. All right, well, we can play hold on a second. Am I even showing the right thing? Hold on. Yeah, I'm not. Dang it. It's because of the tab. All right, hold on a second. Just hear me out. I will pull that up. I'm going to bring up the trailer for this real quick. Here we go. See your tech. Share this tab instead. Larry, there's a new tab for your StreamYard. You go into the very top, and then if you're not on the right tab, you can click on where it says share this tab instead. It's a new feature. They finally updated StreamYard if you're watching, which is kind of cool. All right, so there's a teaser. Let's see here. Let's do new VAIOT AMA series. No. Giveaway. I want to see something like contract functionality. Hold on a second. All right, how about this? VAIOT introduces the AI Legal Assistant Part 1. That sounds interesting. I want to hear about that. I want to hear about the legal assistant. So let's go ahead and play this. Shout out to Mr. Mass Debater. Let me see if I'm on the right tab. I'm on the right tab. All right, shout out to Mass. Let's take a look into this. He's gung-ho about it. Why is he gung-ho about it? Let's find out. Here we go. Crypto education featuring the one, the only Mass. Wait for it. Drum roll, please. ... Debater. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Vayet. How may I help you? Great, let me help you create a new contract. Please note that I can only help you with agreements for the acquisition of services. In the near future, I will also be able to help you with different types of contracts like purchasing agreements for goods, employment contracts, NDAs, or escrow agreements. Do you want to continue to create a service agreement? Are you the buyer or the supplier of the services? Now I'll need the contact details of all parties in the contract. Let's start with the details for the supplier. Is the supplier an organization or a private person? What is the first name? What is the last name? What is the street name? What is the street number? What is the postal code? In which city is the signatory based? In which country is the signatory based? Now let's continue with the details of the buyer. Is the buyer an organization or a private person? What is the full name of the organization of the buyer? What is the street name? What is the street number? What is the postal code? In which city is the signatory based? In which country is the signatory based? Now I'll need to know who will sign on behalf of the buyer. Will you be one of the signatories of the agreement? Let's start with your contact details for the contract. Now let's decide which service.
I was muted. At least I caught it real quick. It was nice to see that because if anything, it gives you an idea of the utility, right? That was just one demonstration and so on, but I'm pretty impressed with it so far. I'm definitely going to add to my list of ones to research a little bit more. Let me I add it to my favorites, and if anything, I'm going to add to my research list. It's like so much to look into. Let me say that. All right. So thank you, Mr. Mass Debater, for that. All right. Let me see. If that's an option, then I'll do it. Thanks for the info. No problem. Cracking a KuCoin I just gave up. Yeah, sorry about that, man. In Sweden, you need to renew your driver's license photo every 6 years. Yeah, good point. I don't know why I said it in that voice. I mean, not like people like that sound like that. All right. Just deposit crypto into KuCoin. No KYC required. Well, yeah, my thing is this. So US, like I can't use my US based debit card anymore, right? Like my Wells Fargo. I have to do third party. That's the only thing I don't like. But last time around, it was not that big of a deal. They charged me, excuse me, a small fee. What the heck was the name of the company? Bittrex or Bitrex? I can't. Banksa. That's what it was. So it was not that big of a deal. But I hope that I can just go back to how it was before, where the quick buy, and then it's I know people are not fans of Tether, but quick buy USDT, do the pairing of whatever I want on the spot trade, and it's just a piece of cake. It's no big deal. Yeah. All right, let me go further down. That's 24 weeks worth of candles on the screen, and I might have to. After I put out the news, I might have to wrap things up in a little bit, but hold on a second. Let me see how much news I got left. We have a little bit more of HBAR left. We have some Jasmine. And let's see what else we have. Yep, the last ones are going to be HBAR and Jasmine. So I'm going to kind of rapid fire into some of this. I'll read this, and then that's about it. Because I didn't realize I'm now over 3 hours into the show, and I'm just kind of I kind of need to mellow out, take a break from all this. But I do appreciate you guys. It doesn't mean you have to leave. It just means that I will be wrapping things up after I get this next couple things out. Back in life, what's your best price for quant on the end of the bull run 2025? Be realistic. Oh man, you have to ask me that question right now. Well, I have stated that I believe in the future it could go over 100K. Right, and I know some people would say to me that's not being realistic. If you look at all the things that they're connected to and so on, 100 plus blockchains interoperable, 15 SDKs, what they got going on with the CBDC thing and so on. When you start seeing, let's face it, I mean, if we're really gung ho about XRP and XLM and so on, we're going to see insane market caps like the utility run, right? So I think quant is definitely part of that. But if you want me to really lowball it, I don't see why they can't be a minimum of a $10,000 coin, right? Not financial advice by then. I would say a minimum, bare minimum. Me personally, I have it way higher than that. If you were looking for something a lot more conservative, that's just the way I look at it. And then that's why a lot of people feel as though they're trying to stack their quant to get at least 100, because I mean, based off of those particular figures, that's just math. I mean, but yeah, that's the way I look at it. I've stated this before. By 2030, I'm gonna stick to my guns about this. People want to say you're nuts. You're gonna lose people saying this. Hey, it's called freedom of thought. And nowadays, with cancel culture, I still have the freedom of thought to express how I feel about it. Whether people want to think I'm nuts, I feel as though by 2030, it has the potential. I'm not saying it's going to do this. It has the potential of being $1 million coin. I'm in the minority about that, but I'm not the only one who feels that way at the same time. Just throwing that out there. All right, let me go further down. Let's see here. It's a hidden gem. Well, thanks for pointing that out. Max, another really bullish tag on Twitter. All right, hold on a second. Give me just a second. Thank you very much for the super chat. Let me pull it up. Or am I reading an old one? Oh, well, there's a couple things tagged here. Hold on a second. Where am I at? Oh, man. I have a friend. His name is Chad. And every time I say, where am I at? He'll quote Blazing Saddles. He'd be like, hey, Max. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, you asked where you at? I go, yeah. He goes, where are the white women at? I'm like, whoa, where'd that come from? Anyway, yeah, let me pull it up. Sorry. All right. So first, while I'm here, I want to thank Frankie. Enjoy the show. Thanks, Frankie. Thank you for all that you do. So many different communities that you do for so many. Yeah, no problem. Although we both know it's really about the King Quant and Jasmine for fun. Well, thanks, Frankie. All right. So 9 minutes ago, okay, my migration weekend. Okay, this is cool. This is the hot, juicy, extended coverage. Shout out to Crypto Mike. Let me go ahead and highlight that. I need to catch up on all my tags. That's all right. Good problems. Let's see here. So hold on. Migration weekend playbook for T2 participants. Migration weekend dress rehearsal, the 1st to 5th of February, which is literally as we speak. My God, this is the hot, juicy stuff. Let's get into it. All right, we'll pull up that media site here in a bit too. Excuse me, got an itch. Ah, man, I wish I could just zoom in a little more. All right, let me see about copying the image. Copy image address. Hold on a second. Let me just do it that way. Stop sharing. Hold on a second, you guys. I apologize. We're gonna get in this way for you to view it a lot easier. All right. Because if you can't view it easier, then what the heck do you have? Come on, zoom in, you piece of junk. There we go. Aha. This is the zoomed in picture you're looking for. Lionel Richie. I don't know why that's a thing. I really don't. All right, here we go. Pre-migration validation activities for T2P starts on Thursday, which is yesterday, and continues until Friday, March 2nd. Really? The exact timings are indicated in the table 1, section 7.4, and the specifications of the test are described in section 6.1. Nice. Mike, you're killing it. This is appreciated. This is definitely worth having extended coverage. Can't thank you enough. Very, very cool stuff. T2Ps should note that testing will not be possible beyond the pre-migration. Okay, hold on a second. All right, so here's another highlight. Migration weekend activities. Migration weekend activities for the CBs begin at 1915 CET. So that's obviously military time on Friday, March 2nd, 2023, with the confirmation that Target 2 tips, general ledger files, and account statements have been oh my God. So Larry, if you're still watching this, maybe that was a good thing that you bought when you bought. Because obviously this is going on as we speak. This is going on literally as we speak, as of what, yesterday, or actually 2 days ago? I mean, I know it's Target 2 installed, but still, I mean, this is pretty big. This checkpoint marks the start of the migration weekend, dress rehearsal. T2Ps may not perform activity before. You know, here's the thing. I got to point this out, all right? When it comes to Europe, their dates are listed kind of backwards. So can we get verification on that? Is this very well, like Mike, what I'm saying is migration weekend activities, right? For those of us in the US, based on how we do dates, this would be March 2nd, 2023, right? But for those in like Europe, they do it a little bit different. So this could very well mean, you know, February 3rd. You get what I'm saying? So we get some clarification in regards to that. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this. And also maybe I've been doing too much research today. But post-migration, let me see. RTS 2 phase for settlement of interbank and customer payments starts already at Sunday. I mean, is this okay? You know, I'm gonna verify this right now. Forget what I'm saying. So if that really is May 2nd, 2023, then that would be a Sunday. Let's double check, because I mean, I gotta verify this because of the whole thing with how Europe is backwards. I don't mean that in a bad way. All right, so May 2nd. When is May 2nd? That would be it. Okay, see, it is backwards because technically speaking, for us, May 2nd would be on Tuesday. So I forgot about the whole thing, how they do things backwards. So Sunday, February 5th. Okay, see, guys, I confirmed that. Sunday, February. See how it is backwards because how they do the dates? So that does change everything. So let's jump back for a second. So pre-migration validation activities for T2P Target 2, right, starts on Thursday, February 2nd. Well, I mean, that's obvious because it's there. And we'll continue to Friday. Shucks. Friday, March 2nd, or see how confusing that's today. Gosh dang it. You guys, I apologize. I'm getting kind of a little weary. You know, you get a little burned out after you do things too long. All right. I'm not making excuses. So that's what's going on. It's going to go until today. Here's the activity table. The table below provides a full overview of the activities. All right. So this all started on Wednesday of this week. And I guess that's where you have it. I mean, yeah. They have a dress rehearsal. All right, so this is specifically Target 2, but if anything, I mean, we should see some significant things happen because look here. Target 2 activities will stop at 17:30 CET on Saturday, which is tomorrow, okay, how about this? After which the central banks will confirm the end of migration weekend and give the green light. Oh my God, the flip of the switch, really? To start Target 2 systems, NTS, followed by a maintenance window. The schedule for the business day of, okay, we confirm this, February 6th, 2023 can be consulted in the business day management module. And we'll read this real quick. Post-migration activities are included in the table to provide an overview of activities and events CBs and Target 2s should be aware of. For instance, RTS 2 phase for settlement of interbank and customer payments starts already on Sunday the 5th, which would be this Sunday, obviously, at 8 o'clock. 0800, I should say, military CET for Target 2 that wish to already at this point instruct payments to validate their configuration. This is all started. This is crazy. This is really a real thing. This is literally happening. We talked about Target 2 for a while. Remember all those months back last summer, and then all the way up to, for instance, leading into, preparing for November. Like, guys, I mean, this is really something else. We're having a broader perspective. If you're not into these particular ones, I cannot give you financial advice, and I won't. But if you're on the fence about getting into some of these particular ones that are these utility-driven coins/tokens of ISO 222, I really feel as though our time is running out. And especially if we're trying to DCA a few more times into this, our time is running out. Whether you're a person that's like, yeah, Max, gung-ho, bull run thesis, I'm with you, buddy. Or you're like, no, Max, you're full of crap. Whatever the case be, I think it's safe to say we're going to see crazy things happen here based off of that alone. Just that alone. Whether we were in an extension of crypto winter or the start of the bull run. I'm just going to state that. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Crypto Mike. 275 quant or 100 XRP, which one will bring you more money? Oh my goodness. I'm not picking one of them. Both of those are so really like tied for me. 100,000 XRP, my God. Oh man. I mean, both of those are just amazing. So hold on a second. Which one will bring more? I can answer that. Hold on a second. The next bull run. 2025. 2025. Jeez. So 275,000 or 275 quant is what you're looking at. You only got to pick one. I would have both personally, but you got to do what you got to do. 275 quant, and you want to lowball it to 10,000 a quant. Be 2.75 million. 100,000 XRP. Hold on. Let me rewind that a bit. 100,000 XRP times. I'm going to go with at least, I don't know, 1,200 XRP. Oh, well, then there's your answer right there. $120 million of XRP at 1,200 XRP. There's your answer. Your answer would be XRP if that's the case, because you'd be worth $120 million. Yeah. So if you had to pick one, I guess there's your answer. It's just simple math. But for me, I don't do that. I would own both, but you got to do what you got to do. Good question. Thank you for that. Let me see. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle. Why not both? Yeah, I just literally said, yeah, thank you for that. Yep. And knowing that, here's the other thing for people who are on the edge of quant, no offense to Cool Cat Crypto, I understand. Those are on the edge. The reason why a lot of times, like maybe quant gets a slight edge for me compared to XRP, and I get it. By 2025, that's a whole other story in itself. The way I'm looking at it is from the perspective of scarcity. It's definitely going to be more scarce. But then there's the other side of the thing where people have brought up, well, Max, what about this whole thing with exchanges? I mean, if more and more exchanges are not going to have it, doesn't that create more demand, technically speaking, and make it more scarce? Well, there's that. But just looking at it from a supply issue, yeah, quant would definitely take the cake because it has significantly less in the circulating supply. I mean, currently speaking, Despite, Greg LUNC figures and so on, nothing against Greg. I mean, he's great at what he covered. I mean, he did state that technically speaking, it's like what 14.88. It's not 14.66. I'm not even gonna go with that. So let's just say it's 14.66, right? Heck, let's just say it's 14.5 million. Well, that's incredibly more scarcer than Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's like what 21 million. Quant is, so there's going to be those people like myself who are going to be like, look, do I focus on quant being, it'll well be over $300 in the future and so on. So do I focus on the whole thing? I'm like, oh man, I should have loaded up a whole bunch more quant now. Yeah, to a sense. And will I probably buy more quant even at 300 and so on? Yeah. The way I look at it is it's becoming that much more scarce. So if it's become that much more scarce, I need to do a better job of owning a full quant. I do own full quants, but what I'm saying is each time I buy it, I buy like a sliver or fraction, literally buy a full quant. So if you're not a quant yet, try to make it your goal of buying a full quant, not financial advice. But yeah, I'm with Crypto Mike. Why not both? I'm taking notes of everything you said and greatly appreciate it. Yeah, you're very welcome. No problem. This is probably one of our most extended things of Crypto Talk Now tonight. I don't see Larry here anymore because the way I look at it, he's it's like, come on, it's like almost 3.5 hours in here. I mean, time difference. He's on the East Coast, so that's like what 12:21, and the show started literally like almost 3.5 hours ago. All right, so Blackwood, I just realized that I'm a dog getting advice from a cat about crypto. Yeah, that's funny. Good stuff. Did Larry bust his cherry on XRP? Yes, he finally did. We covered that earlier. We did a funny little segment about the breaking news in regards to that. It was good stuff. Mass, I love it when you look into my eye when I'm saying my handle name. It feels like you are really? No. I mean, we can have a good time, but no. Never will I ever go that route. No, thank you. Not quite like that, but you're very welcome on that part right there. But as far as taking the deep dive and moving to San Francisco and the whole thing, I'm good. Thank you very much. Nothing against those people, but I am straight and I'm gonna stay that way. All right, Crypto McDizzle. All right, hold on a second. Do 50% each of quant and XRP on the figures you mentioned. All right, McDizzle. Wow, they're doing migration tests this weekend. Yeah, they're doing it this weekend. That's insane. That's why I was saying. I mean, Mike, here's the thing, buddy, and I appreciate what you shared. Me doing my gaming community thing, right? So I have had to deal with the whole flip, if you will, of the dates. I mean, Europe is going to do their dates the way they do it and so on. But when I saw it, I was like, something doesn't add up here. Like the actual, this is not on a Tuesday. This is, what I mean? So glad we figured out. But to Larry, if he's still watching and hearing, you might have very well caught it before it was too late. I'm just going to throw that out there because this whole thing with Target 2 in itself, when we talk about this, and I must sound like a broken record, all right, this is part of the extended coverage we have here tonight. It is preparing for March. No joke. 100% preparing for March. Maybe we should have titled the whole thumbnail of running out of time. But then again, I don't want people to think, well, I guess Max is giving financial advice. No. But I do feel it is one of those cases because look where Larry came in. He came in at roughly 40 cents for XRP. This thing with Target 2 being put into place, that says something. Don't dismiss that. We shouldn't dismiss the whole thing with the was it Basil? See, this is where when it gets a little bit later into the show, I don't have the right terms, but you know what I'm talking about. That one British guy who was talking about, Mike, quote me on this. Is it Basil? I can't remember. But anyway, I used to have all this memorized. But again, you do too much coverage in the day, then things get a little foggy. No, I'm not having a Biden moment. But what I'm stating is this. No offense to people. I don't want to get into debate, to politics either. But I will state this again. That is, when we talk about Ripple's on-demand liquidity, all right? If you have this Target 2 system being implemented, when we talk about those Olympic-sized swimming pools being filled, now they are starting to be filled. They're not being filled to capacity, but if anything, the shallow end, you guys, maybe we have a couple feet of water. You get with the analogy I'm trying to make here? What kind of price action should we see based off of that? That in itself is significant, right? And again, this whole thing of, from technically speaking now, and especially March 20th, and that whole thing in itself, all of this coming together from that time frame to the end of November of 2025 is going to be huge. This is why I feel as though like my goals of retiring before I hit 50, it's realistic. My goals of maybe it could actually be by 2026 could very well be realistic. And I'm not trying to get you guys' hopes up and so on, but if you're tuned in, if any reason, or if anything, this is why you're probably tuned in. You're tuned in because you realize I'm not putting all my focus on crap coins. You're putting your focus into something that's going to create you that generational wealth. You've done your research, if anything. And I know we're an outlet to help you guys from an educational standpoint, and also, just sharing the news and so on. But I mean, I don't know. The way I look at it is I look back to like my grandparents. I mean, my grandparents were old enough to be my great grandparents. My dad's old enough to be my grandfather. I'm 41. My dad's 88. My grandparents as a kid would tell me the stories about, for instance, the Great Depression. Why? Because they lived during the Depression era. They experienced it and so on. And to, honestly go from, where, like Biggie Smalls to say, I remember when Christmas missed us. That was a thing for me for many, many years, and I research this stuff every single day for a reason, because I realize what's ahead of us here soon. And I'm so incredibly glad to have a broader perspective of all this. And I'm not stating I know more than you or anybody else. And I'm always trying to learn. But when I see things happening, especially when, let's be honest, guys, with this whole thing with Ripple, the on-demand liquidity, I don't think anybody really has, even the people that we think are experts, like, don't get me wrong, I think Verson, Crypto Lulu, those guys, they definitely know their stuff. But even they probably will tell you, you know what, guys, we don't have this where it's at. I mean, when I see somebody, the latest thing I think I saw it, maybe you saw it, Mike, Crypto or Rich Common Sense Crypto. You had like a thumbnail for like what was it, like $1 million XRP? I don't know about that, right? I mean, that sounds crazy, right? But I mean, last one I saw, for instance, was like a $50,000 XRP. For me personally, I mean, like even at 10,000 XRP, some of those particular figures I gave, who was it I gave that to? Blackwood, right? I mean, you may be thinking, wow, that's pretty high at 1,200. I mean, it's just, I don't want to get anybody's, I'm not trying to create hopium, but at the same time, there's a difference between meme coin hopium and the difference when it comes to these ISOs. And that's what gets me excited. That's why I do some of this extended coverage with you guys. That's why I can't stop talking about this. That's why sometimes I can't sleep at night thinking about all this stuff. I'm thinking to myself, I'm a freaking schools teacher. I live in a state that has the second lowest teacher wages in the United States next to Mississippi. And as far as me trying to live out my dreams eventually, and it's going to take a lot of money to create a gaming studio. You better believe it. It's not cheap. This is my meal ticket. This is how it's going to happen through the likes of Quant, Ripple's XRP, Stellar Lumens, XDC, HBAR, heck, LCX, all these particular ones. I mean, I know some of these aren't officially ISO 222, but the consistent pattern is the QFS. Can we agree on that? The QFS, the Quantum Financial System. You don't believe me? Look it up. Go to Google, type in the QFS, Quantum Financial System, and then at the end put CMC. It's about roughly the 6th or 7th link down. Click on that CMC link, save it to your particular favorites, and go from there, because it's really, really something else. You have consistently 20 projects there. Yeah, even Polygon's listed in that. Not all of them are ISOs, but it's the utility. Not waiting for hopium of, yeah, this particular meme coin project can do this. I'm not don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying there's not opportunity in meme coins, but I think for most of us who are here, we have educated ourselves that we don't want to put all our focus, like all our eggs in the basket when it comes to meme coins, right? Like maybe a meme coin, thing you do is kind of like a version of gambling, if you will. Like some people, they like to go to slot machines. That slot machines isn't my thing. I'm more of I like to go to tables. I like to go to blackjack, stuff like that. But whatever the case be, you have your fix. So if meme coins is your fix, like, I don't know, like, am I saying anything bad here, Mike? If I am, let me know. Like, BTC Pay or some of these other ones. Not that I'm saying that BTC Pay is a meme coin, but you get my point. Like, if you have a certain thing in which you like, this is still opportunity, I want to throw it out, you got to do what you got to do. But for the most part, I would say most of us have educated ourselves that, over the last 2 years plus, that this is the magic moment. This is what we've been waiting for. We know what we hold. We don't panic. We don't go rush to flip our XRP and stuff. Some people do. I don't. Because the way I look at it is, we are literally at the end. Mike is showing you with this whole thing with Target 2, and there's going to be other ones. Was it Basel? Some of these other ones. I mean, it's all lining up, and that's more than a coincidence at this point. I mean, let's be honest. It's more than a coincidence. March is coming up here soon. Combine that. Can you imagine if we get a Ripple win with the SEC thing ending right in March, right at that perfect time? Can you imagine how huge that is? That's why I'll be like, Larry, thank God you finally got into XRP, my friend. All right. I know I went on a tangent with that, and I do appreciate you guys being here. Let me go further down. Did I miss another super chat or anything? If I did, I apologize. Let me just double check the other screen. I didn't. All right, cool. Because I know that super chat's supposed to take the priority. It's like, what's the point doing a super chat if Max takes an hour to get to it? So I do apologize for that. Yeah, you're taking notes. I already saw that earlier. Hold on a second. I just realized that, I read some of this before. I apologize. I read that stuff before. Oh, that was old. I'm sorry. Old bookmarks. With crypto, everything is possible. This is huge. Migration, yes, very much. Yes, anything is possible. Good night, guys. See you, Vatican. I'm glad that even in 3.5 hours into the show, we still have a decent crowd, but we will cut this off here in a bit. I promise I'm going to give you some H-bar and some Jasmine, and then we'll end the show. Matt states, nah, mate, your dates are backwards. It's day, month, year. That is an order increment. Yeah, well, I already addressed that, and I got it corrected. I had to, interchannel my gaming community from my friends across the pond who do it that way. Can you share the link to that article, please? Mike's on top of it. Thank you for doing that, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy. How does month, day, year make sense? What order is that? Makes more sense. Well, Europeans do things the way you guys do, and here in America, we don't. Come on, we're a country who obviously hasn't adapted your metric system. U.S. is the only country that uses that format in the yard, and yeah, exactly. I just literally said it. Thank you, GS. There's a reason why we didn't adapt cricket and why we have American baseball. It's different. And, we didn't say rugby's the official sport. It's U.S. football, and let's not get into that. Super Bowl Sunday is Super Bowl American football Sunday, not Super Bowl rugby World Cup or whatever. So I'm not against it. I think rugby is an amazing sport. I used to play a little bit of rugby. It's fun, man. It's like you're going out there. But I will state this here in America, what we call rugby, basically? We call it smear the. Okay. All right. Cool Cat Crypto. GS True. I mean, that's what we call it when I was a kid. I have nothing against people who are, never mind. Don't want to get shut down. GS True. He may approve of this. And then it comes the pump. Satoshi's bag never moves, does it? No, it doesn't. Blackwood. Question, is Casper a blockchain or a token? I believe, let me get the info. I think Crypto Mike could probably just answer that better than I could. I am getting into Casper, I do need to do a little bit more on my own particular research. All right, Casper is its own blockchain. From what I'm reading here, it's a coin, so it's its own blockchain. It's not a token. So that should try to answer the thing. You got 1.2 quants. Good. At least you own a full quant. I mean, that's good, man. You'll see Cody. Larry has gone to lie down after buying XRP. He's so shocked at himself. He needs to lie down. That's a good point, man. I like that. Oh, he's still watching. Just bought his second bag. Nice. Many over half an hour ago, because I'm so far behind in the comments. Don't worry, brother. I ain't never been caught offside. Almost straight Giza too. All right, cool. I know I don't sound like you and don't sound like a British person. Don't try to act like a British person. You're not British. The hell I'm not British. I'm half British American, for your reference. Thank you very much. Our other side of the family, the Perrys, are from there. And yes, I'm actually a descendant of Admiral Perry. I know you don't believe that, but I don't care. As long as I know what I know, that's all that matters. Salamander, good night, Max. Just bought more quant. Nice. Good job. Mike Knight Jr. If you say that 3 times fast, it sounds like Night Jr. But Mike Knight Jr., I have been buying quant for a long time, and just yesterday went slightly over 60. Well, thanks for that, Mike Knight. Consider change your avatar to a Night Light, and that way I won't refer to you as Night Light Jr. I'm kidding. That's bad. I'd like to welcome you, Mike Knight Jr. I don't know if I've seen you here before. Maybe I have. I want to go ahead and welcome you. Guys, we still have over 40 people here. Appreciate you all. Let's welcome Mike Knight Jr., who has bought more quant. Awesome. Went slightly over 60. You got me beat, man. I would kill. My goal right now is to get up to 20. And then after that, probably just DCA continuously over the next few years, month, like literally like just a few quant if I can every month. Don't let Mike near Patches' estate. He will spike it with edibles. Good point, Cool Cat. Then Patches won't be able to give us give us sound financial advice. Well, I'll tell you this much. There's going to be some sound financial advice from Patches when you eventually get into the game show. There's a section in the game show that will be introduced at least once a week. And the name of the segment is, okay, so here's the thing. I'm getting ahead of myself. For instance, with that show called Press Your Luck, there's the whammy, and the whammy comes out, he's like right? Well, there'll be a segment where it shows Patches, and Larry's taking a picture of this. He has a picture of Patches actually taking a dump in the backyard. So somebody like Daniel Gate and Waddy, Sean, the Crypto Smith, will have an option, and then the community will hit the button on their phone or whatever and vote on this. And we'll ask the community just like this. We'll be like, all right, guys, in the community, CTM fam, does Sean pump or does he dump? Pump or dump? And so with the pump, it will show like maybe like a GIF just going up of like I don't know, Bitcoin or XRP pumping, right? And the other one for dump will just continuously show Patches taking an epic dump in Larry's backyard. So yeah. All right. Cody Core, not exactly what you bought, but roughly how many did you get XRP? Mac Polygon is on the list. Mac, I'm not a sandwich. Who else called me a Big Mac in the past? Freaking Jerk did. JG. Shout out to JG. I am not a freaking sandwich you buy at McDonald's. Okay? I'm not. I'm Max. All right. I may look like I'm kind of built like a Big Mac, but guess what? I am not a McDonald's sandwich. All right. Let's get further down. I put it in the chat, the link in the chat, Max. Yes, thank you for correcting that. I am not a McDonald's sandwich. If anything, I'm Maximus, the savior of Rome, or the savior of crypto. Not really. Anyway. Blackwood, what happens when you transfer crypto to a wallet? Etherscan says it went through successfully and nothing is showing up on the receiving end. Oh, okay. Well, look, there's nothing wrong with being new to this. It takes time. You got to keep in mind, if it was Ethereum that you did, that really will take some time. You got to hit the refresh. It takes some time, my friend. It ain't going to happen instantly, especially anything Ethereum based. Cool Cat Crypto is literally saying, yeah, that's right. It's going to take forever. Looking more into core. Really? Huh. Okay. Man, there's a lot of comments. That's good. Good morning, Max from Sweden. So yeah, see, even the morning people are coming up in here because of the extended coverage. Good to see you, Hoover the Flood Killer. Blackwood, create an account in Ledger. 2 options, blockchain or token. Googled, and it said to choose blockchain. Ethercan scan says it is okay. No new account on Ledger and no new Casper to be seen. I would still give it some more time. Huh. Can anybody help him out with that? You get the Casper download on the Ledger, pump or dump. Casper was in Coinbase wallet. I know that you need to download the type of crypto to accept. I just got to skip further down. Max is beat 3.5 hours going strong. Yeah, I am kind of getting beat. All right, so I'm going to highlight that, Sean. Thank you very much. I need to get into the end of what we have here. And I want to present this because, if anything, rip it, clip it, and print it, Larry. Listen to this. This is good stuff. All right. Here we go. H-bar. Look at this. This is really cool. Really, really cool. H-bar. H-bar NFT. H-barians, right? Not librarians. H-barians. Says it all. Cardano CF is nothing compared to Hedera. Oh my God. Max is, oh my God. Max is freaking flooding his own bag of Cardano. Leave now before the admin bans you. No, I'm not flooding my Cardano. But look at this. Cardano Foundation is nothing compared to Hedera in this regard. Look at this for yourself. I don't know if this is the biggest it goes. All right, this gets bigger. Look at this. Look at it. Since August 2019 and since Cardano had an extra 2 years, almost to the day, almost to the month, an extra 2 years lead over Cardano. So I don't want to hear about the whole story of the tortoise versus the hare. All right. DLT type. Hedera, as we know, is DAG based from the hash graph, right? It is proof of stake. Cardano is also proof of stake. TPS. Cool Cat Crypto is always bragging about how Hedera leaves everything in the dust, right? Leaves it in the dust like a 1957 Studebaker Golden Hawk versus a 1956 or 1957, I should say, Chevy Bel Air. Yeah, I can confirm this. It's a true story. Leaves it in the absolute dust. Okay. 10,000 plus TPS compared to Cardano's 1,000 plus. Transaction confirmation with finality. Hedera, 3 to 5 seconds. Cardano, 3 to 20 seconds, but with block. On top of that, the average transaction fees. Literally the price of a Luna Classic token, right? For Hedera. The fees for Cardano. Literally the price of what? A little bit more than an algo coin, right? And slightly under XRP. Total transactions since then, from August 2019, Hedera 1,568,000,000 plus. Cardano, you gotta keep in mind, Cardano had a 2-year lead on Hedera, 10,965,000 plus. It's a big freaking difference. TBD record, 9.4 million plus, March 2021. You see what's going on with Cardano. How about this? Decentralized apps. We're always talking about that. Hedera already has 500 plus. And here's the sad thing about Cardano, still zero. This is what ticks people off because Cardano always makes the claim of, well, we're developing a real good quality product. Well, then get it together. Come on, release something. This is where I myself, I hold Cardano. So, is Max flooding his Cardano bags? No, I'm just being real. I am kind of getting frustrated, but I do also know what's coming out at the end of this year. And I am excited about Cardano for the future. I'll do a deep dive about specifically that. It's in regards to NFTs. Yes, you heard a little bit about BitBoy talking about. Look at some of this, guys. Number of accounts. This is big. 367,000 plus. 1,327,000 plus for Cardano. But again, they had a 2-year head start. Energy consumption. This is the greenest of them all when it comes to this, right? So 230,000 plus kilowatts since launch. Not talking about per year, since launch. the greenest of the green when it comes to blockchain. I know that technically Hashgraph is not necessarily blockchain-ish. All right. But look at this. Cardano, 6 million kilowatts per hour, I should say, per year. Last but not least, estimated network costs $160,000 plus for Hedera and over 2 million plus for Cardano. And if you don't think this is just made up, it's not. There's sources. We reference that. Hedera.com. You can view that. Some of these other ones, Cardano.org. It's all there. Look it up yourself. Really something else. All right, before I kick it into the remaining comments, I need to get into this. And that is Jasmine. Yes, if you just connected and you want the Jasmine news, here it is. So let me kick it into that. 2 particular segments in regards to Jasmine. Won't take too long. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And that is this right here. On February 1st, Kishida said that the Japanese government, listen to this, could use aspects including NFTs and DAOs in efforts to revitalize. Wow. Because last I checked, when it came to the old Ethereum using all those darn gas fees, and it was expensive, but that was their main utility, gas fees, over and over, the utility being triggered over and over and over again. Combine this with the whole idea of foreign stable coins being unbanned by June-ish of this year, right? USDT, Tether, Circle, USDC. Combine that with what you see here, and I become even that much more bullish on the likes of Jasmine. Hear me out. Be glad you connected at this particular point. It says, cool, Japan, a national strategy aimed at showing off the country's innovations and culture to the rest of the world. Prime Minister, hold on a second, let me blow it up. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says NFTs and DAOs can promote cool Japan. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida told a meeting of the House of Representatives Budget Committee that blockchain-based non-fungible tokens, aka NFTs, and decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, right? I'm not exactly the biggest fan of DAOs, are part of Japan's national strategy called Cool Japan to attract investment and expand the economy, can help support on Wednesday. Now, when I go to this next slide, it's going to be the actual video. I want you to hear this because, if anything, it's pretty significant. And it's pretty awesome to see this because look at the price of Jasmine. When you tell you guys about preparing for March and all this, we have to throw Jasmine into it. Yes, Jasmine is not ISO 222 compliant, blah, 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 right? That's not the point. Here at Crypto Talk Now, we want to outline the ones that we feel as though has real solid opportunity. Yes, it could even be a few of these particular meme ones. Let's just be honest. But for the most part, it's the ones that have the utility. Let's get into that specifically because I think it's important to do so. So let's go ahead and share this so you can hear it. Here we go. And this is, like I mentioned before, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida will bring great honor to Japan. Let's go ahead and listen to this. You must first wax on before you can wax off.
今、委員の方から Web3 について様々説明がありました。
But before you can do that, you must have subtitles. Why are you not showing subtitles? Because whoever put this together brought great dishonor by not showing English subtitle. I apologize for that. We must take this off because we do not understand. Unless you're like me, I only know how to say Ohayo gozaimasu and basically konnichiwa and stuff like that. Anyway, it was a nice thing. I guess they're just trying to show proof that he did the speech. That's the main key takeaway. All right, there's a little bit more. Here's the last part from this. This is from FeeNews.Asia. All right. Let's go ahead and share this, and this will wrap up the show in a bit. And then after that, we'll go ahead and basically just maybe read a couple comments and so on and go from there. Here we go. So here it is. This was published today, so it's still pretty fresh. Excuse me, standard charter to set up crypto custody JV in Japan. Why should it matter to you? That's the bottom line, right? Well, it says the crypto custody arm of Standard Chartered has entered into agreement of, or I should say, with SBI's digital unit to form a joint venture in Japan. Ooh, well, why is this significant? Well, we'll get into that. If you didn't know, Zodia, which is Zodia Custody, and SBI DA will own 49% and 51% of the joint venture. Now, here's the key thing. If you remember that back and forth conversation between that one guy named Anonymous something another, I forgot his full name, and Mike Cornwell in that live video in the comments, now you have an idea of what he's referencing here. Aha! Maximus is pulling something out of the woodwork. No, I'm not. But if you've been following this, this is a little bit of what we're talking about. So, respectively, which will act as a Japan-based crypto asset custodian targeting institutional clients. That in itself sounds very bullish. Crypto asset custodian. Are they a smaller version of BlackRock? Are they the Japanese version of BlackRock? Well, let's just hear me out. I'm not trying to hype it up too much. Partnering with SBI DAH, ensures the joint venture will offer, listen to this, gold standard crypto asset custody services in Japan. Now, I'm not going to state this is going to happen in the future, but I'm already thinking with all of the pullback, with taking the bans off of the stable coins and so on, there could be opportunity in the future for the likes of XDC. To me, that would make sense. That would be beautiful if that happened. But I'm not going to get people's hopes up. This is not, I'm not, what's his name? I'm not Russ Saitama. Zodia Custody is both proud and excited to be working with SBI DAH to help set up SBI's Zodia Custody, said Zodia Custody CEO Julian Sawyer. Now, here's in regards to the partnership. It states here that they're building this ecosystem that happened basically since May of 2022. Now, this is based in London, but states Zodia Custody is a Standard Charter subsidiary with backing from Northern Trust. And if you're wondering about this specifically, look at this. They have joint ventures with Switzerland's Six Group and more. The reason why I'm pointing this out, it reminds me a little bit of how they're going about this when it comes to these security solutions with where they're stationed at and so on, right? So, yeah, there's Liechtenstein. I'm not saying Liechtenstein's in Sweden. It's not. It's its own country, only 30,000 people and so on. But they're positioning themselves to become, to get something kind of worked out here, right? When you see terminology of, SBI DA is a company that oversees and operates digital asset related businesses within Japan or Japanese online brokerage giant SBI, as a subsidiary that includes SBI Securities Solutions Japan, Singapore, and Switzerland. It's kind of like you have a perspective of, all right, this could actually be a real thing. And if anything, that's the way I'm looking at it, because, I think this is big. I mean, come on, guys. Joint venture will offer gold standard crypto asset custody services in Japan. XDC is ready doing it as we speak with the whole thing of Comtech. This is a huge positive catalyst for the likes of Jasmy. And that's the main key takeaway, because if anything, as an extra layer of quote unquote utility for Jasmy, when a lot of people feel as though there wasn't much utility, there definitely is. And it just gives you more indicators of where the potential of Jasmy could be. At these particular price levels, a Jasmy, I don't know if we could get much lower than that. Maybe we see a retracement back to, 3 cents. I think when we saw basically in that I say 3 cents, I apologize, 0.002, right? 29, 28. I think that was bottom for Jasmy. I think Mike Cornwell, didn't you get in at like 0.003? I myself got into 6, but where the case be, this is still considered a distressed asset. It hasn't recovered, but now we go from distressed to where it could have huge growth. This is why we state here at Crypto Talk now that Jasmy has one of the best risk to reward ratios of anything out there. I'm not saying it's going to be as great as like XRP and stuff like that, but come on, guys. I mean, the news broke not that long ago about the whole thing of, for instance, the unbanning of the stablecoins. That's huge in itself. Combine that with this, having something similar to what XDC offers with Contact Gold, and you got that tied into the likes of Jasmy. I mean, I guess this is why I do extended coverage. I get excited about all this. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I'm not kidding. Like, I have problems with sleep apnea. Look at this. Sleep apnea. Crypto, this type of stuff keeps me up awake at night because I'm thinking to myself, I just, how do I, should I devote more time into this particular project? Should I see what this is doing over here? Then there's that over here. And, you know, shout out to some of you guys. I mean, you guys got like, you know, I thought I had problems at roughly 50 different crypto projects being invested. Some of you guys got like over 100. If you do, I hope to God that you have a portfolio manager application. Shout out to Johnny Crypto of 3T Warriors Academy. They're coming out with that thing called Merlin. I'm thinking about actually buying that to help me manage my portfolio that much better. Yeah, I'm cool with CMC, but they have extra things on there. No, I'm not being paid by them or anything like that, but I think they have a good app over there. All right. We're just going to rapid fire through the comments. We're approaching 4 hours into the particular show. Shout out to the Lazy Shaman Show. Shout out to Lazy Jedi, Steve the Canadian. All those guys are probably not even here tonight because they're actually doing stuff on a real Friday night, right? The reason I say shout out to them because they do long shows. So all of a sudden, I guess I decided to bring out my inner shaman or whatever. Anyway, you looked into Casper. I already read about a lot of these. I'm probably going to skip a lot of them. Nothing against you guys. Bank buyers should beat speed every day of the week. Yeah, I agree with that. A BitBoy shills the coin. Oh, boy. CTN, you're right. Shibarium is supposed to drop 14th of February unofficially. Well, then if that's the case, I need to load up on my... Larry had his XRP moment. Maybe I need to finally have my bone moment. God, that's... Mike's like, oh, I'm going to clip that, Max. That's going to be a blooper reel. Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind a bone. Never mind. I won't get myself in trouble. Girlfriend might be hearing this. Anyway, let's go further down. Let's see where we're at. Someone floods in the house. Should have bought Hex when it bought him out. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. LCX. All right. Kev Cleveland's back in the house. Tadashi Morita is the investor at NFC Technology. He is on the Jasmine team. Thanks for reporting that, Kev. Glad to have you back. You were going on pure excitement, Max. Yes, I am. Edward Vincent's in the house. He might have rugged our freaking Discord, but I still love this guy. Just double tap the like, busting out the extendo tonight, Sir Max. I'm just giving you crap, Edward. It's all good. What up, y'all? Crypto Talk Now and Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. It's all good. Cool Cat Crypto says Satoshi doesn't like Jasmy, referring to itself as the Bitcoin of Japan. He may destroy it. Well, he could do whatever the heck he wants to do. What's he gonna do about his old technology? But at least you're into BS3, the real Bitcoin, right? Right. I'm just gonna double check a couple things to see if I didn't miss anything, and we're about to wrap things up here in a bit. Let's see here. If you haven't checked it out, I want to mention this real quick. I'll give this guy another plug, and that is Mr. Sean the Crypto Smith. The Cypherium video, it's called Building Behind the Scenes to be a Top ISO 222 Compliant Token. I'm going to take a look into this later today. You can go to the video section he has here. He just uploaded 3 hours ago, the best metaverse project in crypto. He says MMAI, period. You can check that out. He has, for instance, the one about Cypherium. He does cover XRP, XLM. He's got this one is XRP centralized. One of his best performing ones was why he holds XRP and XLM. Take a look into him. And if anything, you'd be glad you did. He has great content, and he is, for instance, my co-host here, joining me on Mondays for a new show. Still same time slot. It's referred to as Utility Talk Now, live with Max and Sean the Crypto Smith. So you love Crypto Talk Now, you need to go over to his channel, and you need to hit that sub. and hit the bell notification while you're at it. If you enjoy the extended coverage, that's the least you could do, and that's all I got to say about that. All right. Let me see where we're at. So you're laughing, old tech about okay. All right. Yep, you're very welcome. We're gonna wrap it up right now. Thank you to all of those who are connected right now. Thanks for being here. If you watched the 4-hour show, I mean, that's pretty awesome in itself. I'll try not to make it so long like I did tonight, but I had a lot I wanted to cover. I was really excited about what's going on. And that's why we have these particular shows preparing for March. And we will continue to do so. But I really, really feel with what you saw tonight, we're running out of time. So, it is what it is. Not financial advice. You got to do what's best for you and your family. But I'm not joking. I really feel as though we're really, really running out of time. So have a great night, everyone. We will see you on the next one. Over and out. Bye-bye.